Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. Our town of Pinecrest sat on the edge of what locals called the North Woods, not because it was particularly northern, but because it stretched along the north side of our rural community. Houses were scattered across several acres each, with thick patches of forest serving as natural privacy barriers between properties. Growing up here meant learning to navigate these wooded areas as shortcuts between friends' homes. I was 15 that autumn, a sophomore at Pinecrest High, while my sister Catherine, Kate to everyone who knew her, was 17 and already planning her escape to college. Our parents, Robert and Ann Winters, were typical suburban professionals. Dad worked as an engineer for the local manufacturing plant, and Mom taught history at my high school. We lived in a modest, two-story colonial at the end of a winding cul-de-sac on Spruce Lane. On weekends, Kate and I often visited our friend Ellie, who lived about a mile away. Her house sat on the other side of a particularly dense stretch of woods, but we knew the path well. During daylight hours, the walk was pleasant, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. After dark, however, the forest transformed into something altogether different. Our parents insisted on driving us if we stayed past sunset, a rule we rarely questioned. The woods were home to the occasional coyote, and the path could be treacherous in the dark. But teenagers, as they do, occasionally bend parental rules when circumstances allow. Friday, October 12th began like any other autumn day. The morning air carried a crisp chill, and leaves in vibrant shades of crimson and amber carpeted the ground. I remember watching the weather forecast before school, noting the newscaster's mention of the new moon that night. "Stargazers will be disappointed," she'd said, "as the sky will be particularly dark without lunar illumination." I hadn't given it much thought then. Why would I? It was just another Friday, with plans to watch movies at Ellie's after school. Mom had reminded us at breakfast that she and Dad would be attending a dinner party with colleagues that evening. "We'll be at the Brewsters until around 11, she'd said, pouring coffee into her travel mug. "Call if you need a ride home from Ellie's. Don't walk back in the dark." Kate and I had nodded, barely looking up from our phones. A typical morning exchange, forgettable in every way. That evening, we walked to Ellie's house just before sunset, enjoying the last warm rays of October sun. The dinner at Ellie's was pizza and sodas, followed by a marathon of horror movies, the irony of which wouldn't escape me later. We lost track of time, engrossed in the fictional terror playing out on the screen, completely unaware of what awaited us outside. When Ellie's mother glanced at her watch and announced it was nearly 10 p.m., Kate and I exchanged looks of concern. We hadn't planned to stay so late. "Should we call Mom and Dad?" I asked. Kate checked her phone. "They're still at the Brewsters' party. I don't want to bother them. Besides, we've walked the path 100 times." "Not on a new moon night," Ellie pointed out. Kate shrugged. "We have our phone flashlights. It's only a mile." This casual decision, this small moment of teenage hubris, would alter everything that followed. We said goodbye to Ellie, declining her mother's offer to drive us. "It's not that late," Kate insisted. "We'll be fine." The temperature had dropped considerably since our arrival. Our light jackets provided minimal protection against the autumn chill as we started down Ellie's long driveway. Our breath formed small clouds that dissipated quickly in the darkness. The entrance to the forest path stood before us like a black curtain. Kate turned on her phone flashlight and I followed suit. The beams cut thin corridors through the darkness, but illuminated barely 10 feet ahead. The trees, stripped of leaves, created a lattice of skeletal branches above us, blocking what little starlight might have guided our way. "Stay close," Kate said, her voice already lower than normal. The forest floor was damp from an earlier drizzle, muffling our footsteps as we ventured deeper into the woods. Fallen leaves made the path slippery in places. The familiar route suddenly seemed alien in the profound darkness. We had traveled perhaps half the distance, reaching the densest part of the forest, when Kate stopped abruptly. I nearly collided with her back. "What's wrong?" I whispered. "Listen," she said, her voice barely audible. I held my breath, straining to hear whatever had caught her attention. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then I heard it. A raspy inhalation followed by a wheezing exhale. The sound came from somewhere behind us. "Probably just a raccoon or something," I suggested, though I didn't believe it. Kate didn't respond, but her posture had changed. Her shoulders tensed, and she gripped her phone tighter. We resumed walking, our pace noticeably quicker. The path narrowed, forcing us into single file. Kate led the way, while I took the rear position. With each step, my awareness of the breathing behind us intensified. It maintained a steady distance, not advancing, but never receding either. Then came the footsteps. Unlike the scurrying of forest animals or the four-beat rhythm of deer, these steps had a distinctly bipedal cadence. Step, drag, step, drag. As if one leg wasn't functioning properly. My heart hammered against my ribs. Kate must have heard it too, because her pace increased again. "Don't run," I whispered. "Not yet." I turned, sweeping my flashlight in a wide arc behind us. For a fraction of a second, the beam caught something approximately 30 yards back. The figure stood upright, impossibly thin. What struck me most was its skeletal appearance, not the thinness of malnutrition, but a wrongness in its proportions. Its head appeared elongated, with what looked like a canine-shaped snout and pointed ears. The skin or surface of the figure seemed hairless, with a texture I couldn't identify at that distance. Before I could focus, the figure stepped sideways into the darkness between trees, vanishing from the flashlight's beam. "Kate," I hissed, grabbing her jacket. "There's something following us." She turned, aiming her light where mine had been. "I don't see anything." "It moved, but it's there. I saw it." The breathing continued, now accompanied by a faint clicking sound like nails or claws tapping against tree bark. "We need to run," Kate said, no longer bothering to keep her voice down. We broke into a sprint, abandoning all pretense of calm. The path ahead twisted through the trees, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Our house lay approximately a quarter-mile ahead, just beyond the forest's edge. Behind us, the breathing grew louder. The irregular footsteps accelerated into a consistent rhythm. Step, 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 step. Whatever pursued us was no longer dragging its leg. We burst from the tree line onto our street, gasping for air. The sudden transition from forest to suburb should have felt like safety, but the street was deserted. No cars passed by. No neighbors were visible in their yards or windows. Just empty pavement illuminated by widely spaced streetlights. Our house stood at the end of the cul-de-sac, porch light glowing like a beacon. We sprinted up the long driveway, our legs burning with exertion. Kate reached the front door first, yanking frantically at the handle. "It's locked," she cried. "Your keys," I reminded her between gasps. "You have your keys." As she fumbled in her pocket, I turned to look behind us. For a moment, the street appeared empty. Then I spotted it, a figure crouched at the edge of our driveway, partially concealed by our neighbor's hedge. In the ambient light from nearby houses, its outline was clearer than before. The thinness I'd noticed was even more pronounced. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles, and its head remained disproportionately elongated. Most disturbing was the awareness that it was watching us. I could still hear its labored breathing from 30 yards away. "Kate," I whispered without turning. "It's right there." The jingling of keys seemed to last an eternity before she finally pushed the door open. We tumbled inside, slamming and locking the door behind us. For several minutes we stood in the foyer, catching our breath, afraid to move or speak. Finally, Kate approached the living room window, carefully pulling aside the curtain to peer outside. I joined her, searching for the crouched figure by the hedge. It was gone. Our parents returned from their dinner party an hour later, finding Kate and me still awake, huddled together on the living room couch with all the lights on. "You're both still up?" Mom asked, setting her purse on the entry table. "I thought you'd be at Ellie's." "We walked home," Kate said, her voice steadier than I expected. Dad frowned, hanging his coat in the closet. "In the dark? You know the rule about that." "We didn't want to bother you," I explained. Something in our expressions must have revealed our distress because Mom's demeanor shifted immediately. She sat beside us on the couch. "What happened?" We told them everything. The walk through the woods, the breathing sounds, the figure I'd glimpsed with my flashlight, and its appearance at the edge of our driveway. We described its skeletal thinness, its elongated head, the unnatural angles of its limbs. With each detail, Dad's expression grew more skeptical, while Mom's became increasingly concerned. "You probably saw a deer," Dad suggested. "They can look strange when they stand on their hind legs to reach branches." "It wasn't a deer," Kate insisted. "It followed us the entire way." "Or maybe a large coyote," he continued. "They've been spotted in the area." "Coyotes don't walk on two legs," I said. Dad sighed, rubbing his temples. "What exactly are you suggesting you saw?" Neither of us had an answer. We couldn't name what had followed us because it matched nothing in our experience. "Whatever it was," Mom interjected, "you're both safe now. But no more walking after dark, understood? Not even if it means calling us away from a dinner party." Dad stood, moving toward the window. "I'll take a look around outside, make sure there's nothing lurking about." "Robert, don't," Mom protested. "If some vagrant is prowling around our property, I want to know about it," he replied, already retrieving the baseball bat he kept near the back door. We watched through the window as Dad circled the house, flashlight in one hand and bat in the other. He checked the perimeter, investigating the hedges where I'd seen the figure crouching. Finding nothing, he returned inside, locking the door behind him. "All clear," he announced. "Nothing but raccoons in the Johnson's trash cans. You girls probably saw an animal and your imagination did the rest. It happens in the dark." We didn't argue, but neither Kate nor I believed his explanation. What we'd seen wasn't a product of overactive imagination. The systematic way it had pursued us, the calculated manner in which it had hidden at the edge of our property. These weren't animal behaviors, at least not from any animal native to our region. Sleep came reluctantly that night. I lay awake for hours, listening to the sounds of the house settling and the occasional rustling of branches against my window. Each noise made me tense with anticipation, wondering if the thing had returned. When exhaustion finally claimed me, my dreams were filled with emaciated figures running through endless forests. The following night brought a false sense of normalcy. We ate dinner as a family, watching a game show on television afterward. By midnight, everyone had retired to their respective bedrooms. I had almost convinced myself that the previous night's events were exaggerated by fear and darkness, almost, but not entirely. Around 12:30 a.m., I heard Dad's heavy footsteps in the hallway. Our house had a strict waste management system, primarily enforced by Mom, who couldn't tolerate the smell of garbage overnight. Dad's responsibility included taking out the trash before bed, regardless of the hour. I listened as he descended the stairs. The back door opened with its distinctive creak, followed by the sound of the screen door tapping against its frame. Normal sounds, familiar sounds. Then came the scream, short, abrupt, more surprised than pained. A heavy thud followed, as if something had struck the side of the house with considerable force. "Let me in!" Dad's voice called from the back porch. "Open the door!" Fear paralyzed me momentarily before I threw off my covers and raced into the hallway. Kate emerged from her room simultaneously, eyes wide with alarm. We hurried downstairs together, reaching the kitchen just as Mom descended behind us. Dad practically fell through the doorway when we opened it. His face was ashen, contorted in a mixture of shock and pain. The right leg of his pajama pants was torn, revealing several puncture wounds on his ankle. Blood seeped from the injuries, staining the kitchen tile. "What happened?" Mom gasped, helping him to a chair. "Something bit me," he said between labored breaths. It was hiding beside the trash cans. I didn't see it at first. Kate retrieved the first aid kit from beneath the sink, while Mom examined the wound. The punctures formed a semicircle pattern consistent with a bite, but the configuration didn't match typical dog or coyote dentition. The spacing was too narrow, the individual wounds too deep. What did it look like? I asked, already certain of the answer. Dad's hands trembled slightly as Mom cleaned the punctures with antiseptic. I didn't get a good look at first. It was low to the ground like it was crouching. When it bit me, I yelled and kicked at it. That's when it stood up. He paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. It stood up? Kate prompted. Dad nodded. On two legs. The thing was at least a foot taller than me when it stood upright. Its arms were too long and its face... He trailed off, shaking his head. I didn't see it clearly. It all happened so fast. We need to call the police, Mom insisted, reaching for her phone. And tell them what? Dad countered. That an unidentifiable creature bit me and disappeared into the night? They'll think I'm intoxicated or hallucinating. Then the hospital, Mom insisted. Those punctures are deep. You need antibiotics, possibly rabies prophylaxis. Dad didn't argue against medical attention. Within 20 minutes, Mom had helped him to the car, instructing Kate and me to lock all doors and windows and to call immediately if anything unusual occurred. They returned from the emergency room 4 hours later. Dad had received a tetanus booster, antibiotics, and the first in a series of rabies shots. The attending physician had documented the incident as a wild animal attack, species undetermined. I told them it was a stray dog, Dad explained as he settled onto the couch, his bandaged ankle elevated on a pillow. Anything else would have raised too many questions. Mom appeared exhausted, dark circles forming beneath her eyes. The doctor said the bite pattern was unusual, not typical of canines in this region. What else could it be? Kate asked. No one offered an answer. The following days brought changes to our household routine. Dad installed motion sensor lights around the property's perimeter. He purchased a more sophisticated security system with cameras monitoring all entry points. The new family rule became absolute. No one went outside after sunset under any circumstances. Dad's wounds healed without infection, though he walked with a slight limp for several weeks afterward. The physical recovery progressed well, but something fundamental had changed in him. The skeptic who had dismissed our encounter now jumped at unexpected noises. He checked and rechecked door locks before bed. He purchased a firearm, something he had previously opposed on principle, and kept it secured in a bedside safe. Mom researched local wildlife, consulting with forestry services about unusual animal sightings in the area. The reports mentioned nothing resembling what we had encountered. Kate and I no longer walked to Ellie's house, even during daylight hours. When friends asked why, we manufactured excuses about busy schedules and family obligations. How could we explain what had happened? Who would believe us? School continued. Homework was completed. Meals were prepared and consumed. From the outside, the Winters family appeared normal, if perhaps more security conscious than before. But within our home, conversation often faltered when the subject of that night arose. One evening, approximately 2 weeks after Dad's encounter, I noticed him staring through the living room window, his attention fixed on the forest edge beyond our property line. Do you think it's still out there? I asked, joining him at the window. He didn't look away from the darkening tree line. I don't know, but something is. What do you mean? Dad hesitated before responding. The motion lights have been triggering almost nightly, usually around 3 in the morning. The cameras don't catch anything, just shadows that could be branches moving in the wind. Have you told Mom? No need to worry her more than necessary. He turned to face me directly. But I need you to promise me something. If you ever see it again, inside or outside this house, you run. Don't try to confront it. Don't try to understand it. Just run. The seriousness in his expression frightened me more than his words. My father, the pragmatic engineer who believed every problem had a logical solution, was advising flight over understanding. What is it, Dad? What do you think that thing is? He shook his head slowly. I've spent my life believing that nature operates according to established principles, that unexplained phenomena simply lack sufficient investigation." He paused, returning his gaze to the window. "I'm no longer certain of that." Winter arrived with early snowfall in November. The forest transformed, bare branches now carrying burdens of white. School canceled for 2 consecutive days due to treacherous road conditions. Our house felt like an island in a sea of unmarked snow. The isolation should have been comforting. Whatever had stalked us would surely leave tracks in the pristine whiteness surrounding our property. Yet the motion sensor lights continued to activate during early morning hours, sometimes triggering in sequence as if something were circling the house. On the 3rd night of snowfall, I woke to a scratching sound at my bedroom window. My room was on the 2nd floor, with no trees close enough for branches to reach the glass. The scratching continued, deliberate, rhythmic. 3 scrapes followed by a pause, then repeated. I remained motionless in bed, scarcely breathing as I stared at the curtained window. The digital clock on my nightstand displayed 3:17 a.m. Outside, one of the motion sensor lights activated, casting shadows across my ceiling. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by a now familiar sound, raspy inhalation, wheezing exhalation. Something was breathing just outside my window, 20 feet above the ground. Moving as silently as possible, I reached for my phone on the nightstand. The scratching resumed, more insistent than before. I typed a text message to Kate, whose bedroom was across the hall. "Something at my window. Don't turn on lights. Get Dad." The response came within seconds. "On it." Minutes passed like hours as I lay paralyzed in bed, watching the window. The curtain moved slightly, as if disturbed by air currents from outside. But the window was closed. Something was manipulating the fabric from the other side of the glass. A corner of the curtain lifted, revealing a sliver of the night beyond. A long, thin appendage, neither clearly a finger nor a claw, had hooked the fabric's edge. The digit appeared jointed in too many places, its surface smooth and grayish in the dim light. The hallway outside my room suddenly flooded with light as Dad emerged from the master bedroom. The appendage withdrew instantly, releasing the curtain. Heavy footsteps approached my door, followed by Dad's voice calling my name. I didn't respond immediately, still watching the window. The breathing sound had ceased, but I couldn't shake the certainty that whatever had been there remained just out of sight. My bedroom door opened, revealing Dad with his newly purchased firearm in hand. Kate stood behind him, face pale with worry. "It was at the window," I whispered, pointing toward the curtain. "It was trying to look inside." Dad approached the window cautiously, using the barrel of the gun to separate the curtains. He peered outside, scanning the darkness, before turning back to me. "There's nothing there now," he said, "but there are marks on the siding." He didn't elaborate on what kind of marks, and I didn't ask. We spent the remainder of the night in the living room, lights illuminating every corner. No one suggested returning to bed. No one mentioned calling authorities. We had crossed some threshold of understanding. This was our burden to bear alone, because no one else would comprehend what we faced. When daylight finally arrived, Dad ventured outside to examine the exterior wall beneath my window. He returned with photographs on his phone, 4 parallel grooves cut into the vinyl siding, approximately 6 feet in length, leading up to my window. The marks didn't resemble claw scrapes or tool marks. They appeared almost deliberate, like a message inscribed in a language we couldn't decipher. That afternoon, Dad installed metal security grates over every window in the house. Mom didn't object to the expense or the prison-like appearance they created. None of us objected. We understood the necessity. Spring arrived, melting snow and revealing the dormant landscape beneath. 5 months had passed since our initial encounter. The scratching at my window hadn't repeated, though the motion sensors still occasionally activated without apparent cause. I had begun researching similar incidents, spending hours in the school library and online, searching for patterns that might explain what we had experienced. Kate, preparing for college in the fall, assisted when her schedule permitted. We compiled reports of unusual sightings, unexplained animal attacks, and aberrant wildlife behavior within a 100-mile radius of our town. Most accounts proved mundane upon closer examination. Misidentified known animals, optical illusions created by lighting conditions, or outright fabrications. But a handful of reports contained details that resonated with our experience. A hiker in the national forest 30 miles north had photographed unusual tracks in mud, bipedal, but with an asymmetrical gait suggesting one leg differed from the other. A farmer reported livestock injuries with bite patterns inconsistent with recognized predators. 3 separate accounts described unusually tall, thin figures observed at forest edges during twilight hours. None provided definitive evidence, but collectively, they suggested we weren't alone in our experience. Whatever had followed us home that night had encountered others before and since. I compiled my findings in a journal, documenting dates, locations, and commonalities between reports. A pattern emerged. Sightings clustered along waterways and concentrated in areas where suburban development encroached upon old-growth forest. Our neighborhood, built 20 years earlier in what had once been continuous woodland, fit the profile perfectly. During a weekend exploration of the woods between our house and Ellie's, conducted in daylight and with Dad's reluctant permission, Kate and I discovered something unexpected. In a small clearing approximately halfway along the path, we found a crude structure assembled from fallen branches and strips of bark. The construction resembled a shelter or blind, positioned to provide a view of the path while remaining concealed by surrounding vegetation. "Someone built this," Kate said, examining the interwoven branches. "Recently." The implications disturbed us both. Either a person had constructed this observation post, suggesting human involvement in what we had experienced, or the thing itself possessed intelligence and purpose beyond animal instinct. We photographed the structure before continuing our investigation. Deeper in the woods, approximately 50 yards from the main path, we discovered a small cave entrance partially concealed by boulders. The opening was narrow, perhaps 3 feet in height and 2 feet wide, but darkness prevented us from seeing how far the cavity extended. A peculiar odor emanated from the opening, not the expected earthiness of a natural cave, but something sharper, more acrid. It reminded me of a chemistry lab with undertones of decay. "We should come back with flashlights," Kate suggested. I disagreed emphatically. We shouldn't come back at all. We marked the location on a map before returning home, sharing our discoveries with our parents. Dad's reaction surprised us both. Rather than dismissing our findings or cautioning against further exploration, he immediately contacted a friend who worked for the state environmental agency. 2 days later, Dad's friend arrived with equipment to inspect the cave. We watched from a distance as he donned protective gear before entering the narrow opening. He emerged 30 minutes later, his expression unreadable behind his respirator mask. The official report, delivered a week later, described the cave as unremarkable, a natural formation approximately 12 feet deep with no signs of animal habitation or human activity. Air samples revealed elevated levels of methane and sulfur compounds consistent with organic decomposition, explaining the unusual odor. Dad's friend pulled him aside before departing, a conversation we weren't meant to overhear but did anyway. "There's something else," he said quietly. "The interior walls show signs of modification, tool marks. Someone has been enlarging that space deliberately." The shelter Kate and I discovered disappeared 3 days later. Whether removed by park services, destroyed by weather, or dismantled by whoever, or whatever, had constructed it remained unclear. Summer arrived with increased daylight hours and reduced anxiety. The motion sensors triggered less frequently. Dad's hypervigilance eased somewhat, though our family rule regarding nighttime outings remained strictly enforced. Kate prepared for her departure to college in August. I helped her pack, sorting through childhood mementos and deciding what deserved space in her dormitory room. During this process, we discussed the events of the past year with a frankness we had previously avoided. Do you think it's gone? I asked, folding a sweater to place in her suitcase. She considered the question thoughtfully. I don't think it was ever really here. Not completely. It exists at the periphery, where civilization meets wilderness, where light meets darkness. That's not very scientific, I noted. Kate smiled sadly. Not everything can be explained through scientific methodology. Some experiences defy categorization. But we both saw it. Dad saw it too. It physically injured him. I'm not saying it wasn't real, she clarified. I'm saying its reality might operate according to principles we don't understand. The conversation drifted to lighter topics, but Kate's perspective lingered in my thoughts. Perhaps we had encountered something that existed in the interstices of our reality. Not supernatural, but natural in a way human experience rarely intersects. The night before Kate departed for college, our parents hosted a small gathering of family friends. During dinner, conversations flowed easily around topics of weather, politics, and community events. No one mentioned strange encounters or unexplained phenomena. As twilight descended, guests moved to the back patio to enjoy the mild evening air. I remained inside, observing through the sliding glass door, as Dad recounted an amusing work anecdote. The normality of the scene struck me as surreal after months of heightened awareness and fear. Movement at the forest edge caught my attention, a subtle displacement of shadows beneath the trees. I watched, pulse quickening, as a figure gradually resolved from the darkness. It stood upright, impossibly thin, partially concealed behind a large oak tree. Even at this distance I could discern its elongated head and the unnatural angles of its limbs. It observed our gathering with what felt like calculated interest, not predatory, not threatening, but coolly analytical. When it sensed my attention, its gaze shifted toward the house, meeting my eyes through the glass door. Recognition passed between us. A moment of mutual acknowledgement. It had followed us home that night, had injured my father, had scratched at my window. Now it simply observed, as if studying our behavior for some incomprehensible purpose. I should have alerted the others. I should have pointed and screamed and drawn everyone's attention to the creature lurking at the forest's edge. Instead, I maintained its gaze until it deliberately stepped backward, melting into the deepening shadows. Kate found me still staring at the empty tree line minutes later. "Everything okay?" she asked. "It's still here," I replied quietly. "It's always been here." She followed my gaze but saw nothing unusual. "What should we do?" I considered the question carefully before answering. "Nothing. We live with the awareness. We stay vigilant. We acknowledge that our understanding of the world is incomplete." Kate nodded slowly. "And we don't walk in the woods after dark." "Especially that," I agreed. That night, as our household settled into silence, I stood at my bedroom window, looking out at the forest beyond our property. The security grate created a cross-hatched pattern across my view, a constant reminder of what lurked beyond. The motion sensor light activated briefly, illuminating the yard for 30 seconds before darkness returned. In that momentary brightness, I glimpsed a slender figure standing at the property line, motionless, watching, its raspy breathing inaudible through the glass, but familiar nonetheless. I didn't alert the household. I didn't reach for my phone to document the sighting. I simply acknowledged its presence as it acknowledged mine. Whatever evolutionary branch had produced this entity had created something capable of patient observation and calculated interaction. It wasn't merely an animal, yet it wasn't human either. It existed in a classification entirely its own. The light deactivated, returning the yard to darkness. The figure remained, visible now only as a slightly deeper shadow among shadows. I knew it would continue its vigil throughout the night, just as it had for months. I closed my curtains and turned away from the window. Tomorrow, Kate would leave for college. Life would continue with its predictable rhythms and obligations. And in the woods surrounding our home, something would continue watching and waiting, studying our patterns and behaviors for reasons I might never comprehend. Whatever followed us home that night, I remain convinced it's still out there, lying in wait, observing our movements, learning our habits. Not a supernatural entity from folklore or fiction, but something that evolved alongside us, remaining hidden at the boundaries of human experience, watching, waiting, adapting. A reminder that our knowledge of the natural world remains profoundly incomplete. I've always found peace in isolation, not the kind that breeds loneliness, but the liberating sort that frees you from the constant pressure of social performance. Roger understood this about me from our first date 3 years ago, a quiet picnic in an empty corner of Marshall Park, rather than the bustling restaurant he'd initially suggested. This shared appreciation for solitude formed the bedrock of our relationship. By April 2023, we had established a tradition of monthly escapes. As two self-proclaimed introverts with demanding office jobs in Seattle, these getaways weren't luxury, they were necessity. Our apartment walls seemed to close in after weeks of conference calls and artificial office lighting. We craved open spaces where we could breathe without constraint. "I need trees," Roger would say whenever work stress built to unbearable levels. "I need silence." And I would pack our gear without question. What distinguished our trips from typical vacations was our deliberate avoidance of crowds. While most hikers and campers gravitated toward established trails and designated campgrounds, we sought the overlooked corners of wilderness areas. We didn't break rules or trespass, but we studied maps meticulously to find legal, yet secluded spots where encounters with other humans would be minimal. Our friends often questioned this preference. "Isn't it safer to camp where there are other people?" they'd ask. "What about wild animals, cell reception?" These concerns always amused us. The statistical likelihood of animal attacks was minimal compared to the guaranteed irritation of noisy neighboring campers. As for safety in numbers, Roger and I trusted each other more than strangers. We carried satellite communication devices for emergencies, but relished being temporarily unreachable. "The worst things I've encountered in forests have always been human," I would respond, not realizing the prophetic nature of those words. In retrospect, perhaps our confidence bordered on arrogance. We had completed dozens of remote hikes without incident, building an exaggerated sense of security. This confidence led us to that steep trail in the Olympic National Forest, the one Roger's coworker mentioned casually during lunch break. "It's brutal but worth it," he told Roger, "and hardly anyone knows about it. You might not see another soul all day." Those words were exactly what we wanted to hear. We arrived at the trailhead shortly after dawn on a crisp Friday morning in late April. The parking area was little more than a widened shoulder beside a logging road, unmarked except for a weathered wooden sign partially hidden by overgrowth. Perfect. I climbed out of our Subaru and stretched, breathing deeply. The air carried the sharp scent of pine and wet earth, a welcome change from city pollution. Birdsong replaced the constant urban hum, and morning mist hung between trees like gossamer curtains. "This place is exactly what we needed," I said, already feeling the knots in my shoulders loosening. Roger nodded while unloading our packs. "According to the topographic map, there's a flat area about 3 miles up that would make a good campsite. It's near a stream tributary, so we'll have water access." Our plan was straightforward. Establish camp at this midpoint, continue hiking to the summit that afternoon, then enjoy a full day of exploration tomorrow before descending on Sunday. The forecast promised clear weather, though spring in the Olympics was notoriously unpredictable. We secured our packs, mine considerably lighter than Roger's despite my protest, and began the ascent. The trail immediately lived up to its reputation for steepness. Within 20 minutes, my calves burned and my breathing grew labored. "Your coworker wasn't exaggerating about this grade," I called to Roger, who hiked several yards ahead. He glanced back with a grin. "Good training for that Mount Baker trip we've been talking about." The trail alternated between dense forest sections and occasional clearings that offered glimpses of the valley below. With each hour, the ecosystem subtly changed. Ferns gave way to hardier undergrowth. The mixed forest thinned into predominantly coniferous trees that stood like columns supporting the sky. By noon, we had covered approximately 2 miles and gained considerable elevation. We paused for lunch on a rocky outcrop, sharing a thermos of coffee and sandwiches wrapped in wax paper. "The trail seems less maintained from here," Roger observed, studying the path ahead. "More overgrown, that's probably why fewer people venture this far." I nodded, enjoying the solitude. I haven't seen a single footprint besides ours all morning. After lunch, we continued upward. The trail narrowed and occasionally disappeared altogether, forcing us to navigate by landmarks and compass bearings. This was precisely the adventure we craved, challenging yet achievable with our experience level. Around 2 o'clock, we reached the flat area Roger had identified. A small clearing surrounded by western hemlocks offered protection from wind, with a bubbling stream just 50 yards away, ideal for our needs. We established our campsite efficiently, having perfected our system over numerous trips. The large 4-season tent went up quickly, followed by our portable cooking station. We secured our food in bear-resistant containers hung from a tree branch at a safe distance. "Should we rest before continuing to the summit?" Roger asked, noting my flushed face and heavy breathing. "Absolutely not," I replied with determination. "We've come this far. Let's reach the top before sunset." Leaving most of our gear secured at camp, we continued upward with lighter packs containing only water, snacks, first aid supplies, and extra layers. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. This higher section of trail grew increasingly technical, requiring careful footing on loose rocks and exposed roots. It was during this final ascent that our solitude was unexpectedly broken. I first noticed their voices before seeing them, a man and woman engaged in animated conversation around a switchback ahead. The sounds carried clearly in the otherwise silent forest, startling me after hours without human contact. Roger turned to meet my gaze, his expression mirroring my disappointment. Our private wilderness experience was suddenly compromised. When we rounded the corner, we encountered them, a couple appearing to be in their early 30s, equipped with high-end hiking gear that looked suspiciously pristine. The woman had copper-colored hair pulled into a neat ponytail, while the man stood tall with broad shoulders and a meticulously trimmed beard. Both smiled with perfect teeth when they spotted us. "Hello there," the woman called with apparent delight. "We thought we were the only ones crazy enough to tackle this trail today." Roger nodded politely but maintained distance. "Same here. Didn't expect to run into anyone." I remained slightly behind Roger, my social anxiety immediately flaring. Extended conversations with strangers always felt like navigating a minefield, exhausting and fraught with potential missteps. "I'm Victor," the man said, extending his hand first to Roger, then to me. His grip lingered uncomfortably on mine. "And this is Jennifer. We're from Portland, just up for the weekend." "Roger," my boyfriend responded with a nod. "And this is Kira," I interjected, using my middle name rather than my first, a habit when meeting strangers in isolated settings. Jennifer stepped forward. "Such a pleasure. We've hiked all through Oregon but decided to explore Washington this season. This trail is quite the challenge, isn't it?" Their friendliness seemed excessive, but not immediately alarming. Perhaps they were simply extroverts, starved for interaction after hours on a deserted trail. Still, something about their interest felt performative rather than genuine. "Have you reached the summit yet?" Roger asked, maintaining the conversation while I observed. Victor shook his head. "No, we're on our way up now. According to our GPS, it's about another mile. The views are supposed to be spectacular." "We're heading there too," I said, speaking up despite my discomfort, "though we've established camp at the flat area below." "Smart move," Jennifer remarked. "We were planning to complete the entire hike today, but it's taking longer than expected. We might end up camping at the summit." Victor's eyes brightened. "Hey, why don't we continue together? Safety in numbers, right? These remote trails can be unpredictable." I wanted to decline immediately, but social conditioning made me hesitate. Roger glanced at me, silently communicating that this was my decision to make. He knew how much I valued our isolation. Sure, I finally agreed, figuring we could always create distance later if needed. We can hike together for a while. The four of us resumed the ascent, with Victor and Jennifer immediately dominating conversation. They asked questions about our lives, where we worked, how long we'd been together, our hiking experience, while offering similar information about themselves. Victor claimed to work in investment banking, while Jennifer described herself as a freelance photographer specializing in nature shots. Their stories sounded rehearsed, lacking the natural inconsistencies of truthful narratives. They never disagreed or interrupted each other, and their anecdotes wrapped up too neatly. I noticed Roger's increasing tension in the set of his shoulders as he provided vague answers to their probing questions. About 30 minutes into our joint hike, I began lagging behind, genuinely fatigued from the steep climb. Roger stayed with Jennifer ahead while Victor fell back to join me. "Tough trail, huh?" he commented, his voice dropping to a more intimate register. "You're handling it well, though. I can tell you're experienced." "Thanks," I replied curtly, focusing on my footing rather than conversation. Victor moved closer, his shoulder occasionally brushing mine despite the trail being wide enough for separation. "You have excellent muscle definition in your arms. What's your workout regimen?" Jennifer's been trying to tone up her gluteal muscles but struggles with consistency. His comment about my physique sent warning signals flaring. When his hand reached out to touch my forearm, ostensibly to examine my definition, I instinctively pulled away. "I do basic strength training," I responded coldly, increasing my pace to create distance. "Nothing special." Victor seemed undeterred by my obvious discomfort. "Well, it's certainly effective. Your boyfriend must appreciate your fitness." I quickened my steps further, catching up to Roger and Jennifer. To my dismay, Roger's expression had darkened considerably. When I reached his side, he immediately created an excuse to pause. "Let's take a water break," he suggested, pulling me slightly aside while Victor rejoined Jennifer. Under the pretense of sharing a water bottle, Roger whispered, "We need to turn back. She just made extremely inappropriate comments about my body and suggested exploring more than just the trail together." My stomach tightened. Victor did the same, touching my arm and commenting on my physique. Roger's jaw clenched as he surveyed our surroundings. We had climbed high enough that dense forest had given way to more exposed terrain, with scattered trees and rock formations. The summit was visible ahead, perhaps half a mile further. "Let's tell them we're turning back," Roger decided. "Make an excuse about checking our campsite before dark." I nodded in agreement, relieved to have an exit strategy. We approached Victor and Jennifer with forced smiles. Roger explained that we wanted to return to camp before dark to secure our equipment, thanking them for the company, but declining to continue to the summit. "That's a shame," Jennifer pouted, her expression momentarily hardening before softening again. "We were enjoying getting to know you." "Perhaps we'll see you on the descent tomorrow," Victor suggested, his tone conveying disappointment that seemed disproportionate to our brief acquaintance. We exchanged awkward goodbyes and began our descent, maintaining conversation volume until we rounded a bend that took us out of their sight. Only then did we exhale collectively. "That was deeply unsettling," I whispered, still uncertain whether my discomfort was justified or exaggerated by my social anxiety. Roger reached for my hand. "Trust your instincts. Their behavior crossed several boundaries." We descended quickly, hyper-aware of sounds behind us, though no footsteps followed. The beautiful forest that had seemed welcoming hours earlier now felt ominous, with shadows stretching longer as afternoon progressed toward evening. "Do you think they might follow us?" I asked, voicing my growing concern. Roger considered this. "It's possible, but unlikely. They expressed interest in reaching the summit, and daylight is limited. They'd need to descend in darkness if they delayed much longer." His logical assessment calmed me somewhat, though unease lingered like a persistent shadow. We reached our campsite as golden hour began, the angled sunlight transforming the forest into a fiery tableau that would typically inspire awe. Today, it only emphasized our isolation. Roger immediately checked the perimeter of our campsite while I verified our supplies. Everything appeared undisturbed. Our tent stood exactly as we'd left it, and our hanging food cache remained secure. We prepared dinner on our portable stove, the familiar routine providing comfort after the unsettling encounter. As we ate freeze-dried pasta beneath the darkening sky, our conversation inevitably returned to Victor and Jennifer. Something felt rehearsed about them, I observed, like actors playing roles rather than genuine hikers. Roger nodded. Their gear was too new, not a scuff or dirt smudge anywhere. And did you notice they carried minimal water for supposedly planning a full-day hike? I hadn't registered this detail, but Roger's observation heightened my unease. Every experienced hiker knows water is the non-negotiable essential, especially on strenuous trails. After washing our cookware in the nearby stream, I reached for my bracelet, a silver band my grandmother had given me years ago that I always touched for reassurance. My wrist was bare. "My bracelet is gone," I announced, panic rising. "And my ring, too." The simple silver ring had been a gift from Roger on our first anniversary. I searched frantically through my pack, emptying contents onto our ground sheet while Roger assisted. Neither item appeared. "I never removed them," I insisted, growing increasingly distressed. "They couldn't have fallen off accidentally." Roger's expression darkened with realization. "Victor touched your arm and hand on the trail when he was commenting on your definition. Could he have removed them without you noticing?" The suggestion initially seemed implausible. How could someone remove jewelry without detection? But recalling the deliberately distracting conversation and physical contact, I recognized the possibility. That would explain why he was so insistent on touching me, I concluded, anger replacing confusion. It was misdirection, making me uncomfortable to distract from what his hands were actually doing. Roger rubbed his face, frustration evident. "I'll hike back up tomorrow morning to look for them. They might have dropped them if they only wanted to create distress rather than steal valuables." This plan seemed reasonable, though spending another night knowing the strange couple might be nearby left me deeply unsettled. We secured everything carefully and retreated to our tent earlier than usual, exhaustion from the day's physical exertion and emotional stress claiming us quickly. I've never considered myself particularly fearful during camping trips. The typical concerns, wildlife encounters, extreme weather, navigation errors, seemed manageable with proper preparation. That night, however, introduced me to a more profound dread, the awareness of malevolent human presence in what should be unthreatening wilderness. We prepared for sleep with extra precautions, positioning our hiking poles and cooking utensils within easy reach. Roger placed his heavy tactical flashlight beside his sleeping bag, a potential improvised weapon if needed. These measures felt simultaneously prudent and absurd. Were we overreacting to a merely uncomfortable social encounter? "Do you think we should leave tonight?" I whispered as we settled into our sleeping bags, the forest now completely dark around our small illuminated tent. Roger considered this seriously. Hiking down in darkness would be dangerous, even with headlamps. The trail has too many hazardous sections. We're safer waiting until morning. His assessment was correct, but provided little comfort. I drifted into uneasy sleep sometime after midnight, dreams fractured with images of pursuing figures and landscapes that shifted unpredictably beneath my feet. The sound that woke me was subtle, a single snapping branch that might have gone unnoticed if my sleep hadn't been so shallow. I lay motionless, straining to hear past the pounding of my heart. Then came another sound, hushed whispers just beyond our tent wall. I reached for Roger, my fingers finding his arm. He was already awake, his body tense beside mine. When our eyes met in the darkness, he pressed a finger to his lips, then pointed toward the tent entrance. Moving with deliberate slowness, Roger unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The sudden movement of his body as he pushed the opening wider and called out startled me. "Hey! What are you doing over there?" His voice carried authority despite our vulnerable position. I couldn't see the response from my position, but I heard Jennifer's voice, artificially bright even at this late hour. Oh, thank goodness you're awake. We saw a bear near the summit trail and followed your campfire smoke to warn whoever might be camping here. These woods aren't safe tonight. Their explanation might have seemed plausible if we'd actually had a campfire, which we hadn't. The strict fire regulations in this drought-prone area and our commitment to low-impact camping meant we never lit open flames. Roger maintained conversational tone while subtly reaching for his flashlight. Appreciate the warning. We're all set here, though. Did you manage to make camp up at the summit? No, conditions weren't suitable, Victor's voice replied. We're making our way down now. Better to hike in darkness than risk wildlife encounters. Roger nodded. Safe travels, then. He ducked back inside, zipping the tent closed. Rather than speaking, he kept his eyes fixed on the tent window, his body completely still. His finger remained pressed against his lips in the universal signal for silence. For 5 excruciating minutes, we remained motionless, listening intently. Only when Roger finally relaxed slightly did he lean toward me, his mouth directly beside my ear as he whispered, "Pack everything essential as quietly as possible. We're leaving immediately." "What did you see?" I mouthed silently. Victor had a hunting knife in his hand and another holstered at his belt. They weren't carrying overnight packs or bear spray. There's no bear. They came specifically for us. Terror washed through me like ice water. My hands trembled as I stuffed essentials into my backpack. Water, energy bars, first aid kit, extra layers. Roger disassembled our sleeping arrangements with remarkable efficiency, compressing items into stuff sacks without regard for proper packing. "Leave anything non-essential," he murmured. "Speed matters more than completeness." Within 10 minutes, we had gathered critical supplies and clothing. Roger peered out periodically, using different vantage points to survey our surroundings. During one check, he signaled that the coast appeared clear, and we emerged from the tent. Rather than properly dismantling it, Roger simply collapsed the structure and stuffed the fabric and poles haphazardly into its carrier. The process created more noise than ideal, but speed outweighed stealth at this point. We moved toward our vehicle with deliberate steps, attempting to minimize sound while maintaining haste. Every snapping twig beneath our boots sent jolts of adrenaline through my system. The forest that had seemed peaceful during daylight had transformed into a labyrinth of potential hiding places and ambush points. Halfway to the trailhead, Roger froze, gripping my arm to halt my progress. Ahead in the darkness, a beam of light swept across the trail, a flashlight moving in an erratic pattern that suggested searching rather than straightforward hiking. "Off trail," Roger mouthed, pulling me into the undergrowth. We crouched behind a fallen log, breathing shallowly as the light approached. Through gaps in the vegetation, I glimpsed Victor's silhouette, his posture tense and predatory. He passed our position without detecting us, continuing down the trail toward our former campsite. "Circle around," Roger whispered once Victor was safely past. "They've split up to search." This realization accelerated my heart rate further. Jennifer must be somewhere nearby, potentially between us and the trailhead. We abandoned the trail entirely, navigating by compass, bearing through dense forest. Progress slowed considerably as we negotiated fallen trees, dense undergrowth, and uncertain footing, but remaining undetected outweighed all other considerations. After what seemed like hours, but was likely only 40 minutes, we glimpsed the clearing where we'd parked. No flashlights or movement were visible. Roger insisted on observing for 5 full minutes before approaching the vehicle, scanning methodically for any sign of tampering or ambush. When we finally reached the Subaru, Roger checked underneath with his flashlight before unlocking it. We threw our hastily packed gear into the back and entered quickly. Only when the engine started and headlights illuminated the empty forest road did I release the breath I'd been holding. "We made it," I whispered, too mentally exhausted to fully process our escape. Roger's knuckles remained white on the steering wheel. "They'll hear the engine. We need to put distance between us quickly." He navigated the winding forest road with greater speed than safety warranted, but each mile increased our security. Only after we reached the main highway did Roger's posture relax marginally. What were they planning? I finally asked. The question that had burned in my mind since discovering Victor's concealed weapons. Roger shook his head. Nothing good. Best case, robbery. Worst case. He didn't complete the sentence. We drove through the night, stopping only for fuel at a brightly lit gas station, where surveillance cameras provided reassurance. By dawn, we had reached our apartment building in Seattle, the familiar surroundings offering little comfort given our shattered sense of security. After collapsing into exhausted sleep for several hours, we awakened to process the events more rationally. My missing jewelry seemed insignificant compared to our potential fate had we remained at the campsite. We should report this to authorities, Roger suggested over coffee that felt inadequate to combat our exhaustion. I agreed, though skepticism about actionable outcomes tempered my expectations. What could we report beyond an uncomfortable encounter and suspicions? We had no evidence of criminal intent beyond Roger's observation of Victor's knives, something many hikers carried legitimately. Nevertheless, we filed a report with both local police and forest rangers, providing descriptions and approximate location details. The officer who took our statement seemed sympathetic but realistic about limited jurisdiction in remote wilderness areas. We'll pass this along to rangers and neighboring counties, he promised. If these individuals match descriptions from other incidents, that could establish a pattern. This response provided minimal reassurance but fulfilled our civic responsibility. With the report filed, I channeled restless energy into research, starting with the names Victor and Jennifer had provided. Social media searches yielded several matching profiles from the Portland area, though none featured photos resembling our trail encounters. I expanded the search parameters to include news articles, which delivered the most disturbing revelation yet. Roger, I called from my laptop, voice strained. Look at this. He read over my shoulder as I displayed a 3-year-old news article about a hiking accident in the Cascade Mountains. The deceased couple, Victor and Jennifer Westlake, had fallen from a cliff face during adverse weather conditions. The article included their photograph, a smiling couple in their 30s who bore no resemblance to the individuals we'd encountered. They used dead people's names, Roger whispered, the implication chilling us both. Why would anyone do that unless they had something to hide? The question multiplied our unease exponentially. This detail transformed our experience from potentially unfortunate misunderstanding to confirmed predatory behavior. People with legitimate intentions don't assume identities of the deceased. I expanded my research to similar incidents in Pacific Northwest wilderness areas, discovering several reports of hikers experiencing theft or harassment in locations matching our criteria. Remote trails, minimal traffic, substantial distance from assistance. There's a pattern, I concluded after hours of research. Isolated hikers targeted by seemingly friendly couples who establish contact, separate their marks, then create opportunities for theft or worse. Roger had contacted his co-worker who recommended the trail, learning that he'd never actually hiked it himself, but had heard about it from another acquaintance. Information distorted through multiple retellings. This explained the trail's poor maintenance. It wasn't popular among legitimate hikers. I think they may use these obscure trails as hunting grounds, Roger suggested grimly. Places where they're unlikely to encounter multiple groups who might later compare notes or provide corroborating witness statements. The theory aligned disturbingly well with our experience. We'd been selected precisely because of our isolation, our preference for solitude transforming from source of joy to vulnerability. The weeks following our narrow escape brought sleepless nights and jumpiness that affected daily functioning. Ordinary sounds, a neighbor's door closing, branches scraping windows during windy nights, triggered disproportionate startle responses. My previously manageable social anxiety expanded beyond reasonable boundaries, making workplace interactions increasingly difficult. Roger suggested therapy, recognizing signs of post-traumatic stress that exceeded normal processing of frightening events. Initially resistant, I eventually agreed after a panic attack in a crowded elevator left me gasping for breath and fighting tears. Dr. Hadley specialized in trauma response and outdoor misadventures, an unexpectedly specific combination that provided immediate credibility. During our initial session, she listened without judgment as I recounted our experience. "What you're describing is a normal neurological response to genuine threat," she explained, after I detailed my hypervigilance and sleep disturbances. "Your brain's alarm system functioned exactly as designed during your encounter, and now it's remaining inappropriately activated." This framing, that my reactions weren't weakness but appropriate biological responses, provided unexpected relief. She outlined treatment approaches combining cognitive behavioral techniques with gradual exposure therapy, emphasizing that recovery wouldn't require abandoning outdoor activities permanently. "The goal isn't to never hike again," Dr. Hadley clarified. "It's to reclaim your enjoyment of activities that previously brought fulfillment, with appropriate safety modifications." These safety modifications became our focus during subsequent weeks. Roger and I researched personal security measures for remote hiking, satellite communication devices, location sharing protocols, self-defense options compatible with leave no trace principles. We enrolled in wilderness first aid courses that addressed not only physical injuries, but psychological responses to threatening situations. Gradually, we ventured outdoors again, initially in heavily trafficked nature preserves, where ranger stations and fellow hikers provided security through visibility. Each successful outing incrementally rebuilt confidence, though certain triggers remained problematic. The sound of branches breaking still elicited immediate physiological responses, regardless of context. 2 months after the incident, forest rangers contacted us regarding our report. A couple matching our description of Victor and Jennifer had been arrested after attempting similar tactics with a group of hikers in Olympic National Park. Unlike us, their intended victims had been prepared with personal defense training and equipment. More significantly, this group maintained separation and documented the encounter with discreet photography. Several items recovered from their vehicle matched descriptions of stolen property reported by other hikers throughout Washington and Oregon, the ranger explained. "Your report helped establish the pattern that justified expanded investigation." This development provided validation, but incomplete closure. Though arrested for theft and possession of stolen property, charges related to more serious intentions remained speculative without conclusive evidence. The couple refused to provide their actual identities, their fingerprints matching no records in law enforcement databases. "They're ghosts," Roger observed after we received this update. "People who've deliberately erased their past to operate outside accountability systems." This realization reinforced our new approach to wilderness experiences, balancing appreciation for solitude with recognition of inherent vulnerabilities. We continued hiking, but modified our habits significantly, providing detailed itineraries to trusted contacts, establishing regular check-in protocols, researching trails through official sources rather than word-of-mouth recommendations. 1 year after our encounter, Roger proposed a significant challenge, returning to Olympic National Forest for a day hike in a different section than our previous experience. The suggestion triggered immediate anxiety, but also recognition of its importance for psychological recovery. "We don't have to decide immediately," he assured me, "but eventually reclaiming this specific forest feels important, not letting them take it from us permanently." Dr. Hadley supported this approach as an appropriate culmination to months of gradual exposure therapy, provided we established comprehensive safety protocols. We selected a moderate trail with regular ranger patrols and documented usage, scheduled during peak season rather than seeking isolation. "The goal isn't replicating our previous preference for solitude," Roger explained as we planned the trip. "It's creating new positive associations with these forests specifically." On a clear Saturday in May 2024, we returned to Olympic National Forest with significantly different mindsets than our previous visit. Rather than seeking escape from humanity, we welcomed the presence of other hiking groups we encountered. each representing potential assistance rather than intrusion. The forest remained objectively beautiful. Towering conifers creating cathedral-like spaces, wildflowers emerging in sunny clearings, birdsong providing nature's soundtrack. Initially, I experienced these surroundings through the filter of hypervigilance, scanning constantly for threats rather than beauty. Gradually, however, intentional mindfulness practices allowed me to separate present reality from traumatic memory. The scent of pine needles warmed by sunshine began registering as pleasant rather than threatening. The sound of distant hikers' conversations became reassuring rather than anxiety-inducing. At the summit viewpoint, surrounded by several other hiking groups enjoying the panoramic vista, Roger reached for my hand. "You did it," he said simply. I nodded, acknowledging the significance beyond completing a physical trail. We both did. The wilderness that had temporarily become a source of terror had begun its transformation back to sanctuary. My stolen jewelry remained gone, material losses never recovered despite the arrests. But something more valuable had been reclaimed: agency in relationship to natural spaces. That evening, sharing a meal with fellow hikers at a designated campground rather than isolated backcountry site, I reflected on our journey beyond physical terrain. The couple who targeted us had exploited our desire for isolation, transforming our strength into vulnerability. Our revised approach acknowledged human interconnectedness as potential protection rather than intrusion. I still prefer quieter trails, I admitted to Roger as we watched sunset colors transform distant mountains. But I've gained appreciation for the security of community. He nodded in understanding. Balance rather than extremes. The forest around us deepened toward darkness. But unlike our previous experience, nearby campfires and voices created a perimeter of human presence that felt protective rather than intrusive. We would continue seeking wilderness experiences, but with modified awareness that danger sometimes wears a friendly human face rather than wild animal features. Some nights I still wake to phantom sounds of breaking branches, momentarily disoriented between past trauma and present safety. These episodes have diminished in frequency and intensity, however, transitioning from debilitating terror to manageable startle responses. When asked if I would return to remote trails eventually, my answer remains open-ended. The wilderness offers irreplaceable restoration, but extraction from human support networks carries risks that must be acknowledged rather than dismissed. Our future adventures will balance solitude with safety, isolation with connection, adventure with awareness. The most terrifying revelation remains unresolved. How many others might have encountered similar predators without escaping to share their stories? This question underlies my commitment to sharing our experience despite the vulnerability of disclosure. The wilderness deserves respect, not only for its natural hazards, but for its potential to conceal human threats among its shadows. Roger and I ended our romantic relationship 6 months ago, though we maintain friendship and occasional hiking partnership. Our shared trauma created bonds that remain valuable despite relationship evolution. We both carry forward lessons from our encounter: vigilance tempered with openness, caution balanced with continued exploration. The forest still calls to me, its invitation complex rather than purely comforting. I answer selectively, with preparation rather than naivety, respecting both its majesty and its capacity to harbor darkness. True wilderness appreciation requires acknowledging all facets of its reality, beauty and danger inextricably interwoven like roots beneath a forest floor. I never believed in monsters until I inherited one. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, its manila envelope stiff with official-looking documents. My great-uncle Liam had died, leaving me his remote property in northern Michigan, a family cabin I'd never known existed on the shores of what the locals called Lake Wanagiska. According to the attorney's letter, the name came from Ojibwe, roughly translating to white shadow waters. The cabin and surrounding 50 acres had been in our family for generations, though no one had lived there permanently for decades. My life in the city had grown stale. A recent layoff, a relationship that ended badly, and an apartment that felt increasingly like a cage all pushed me toward this unexpected opportunity. The timing seemed fortuitous, almost as if the universe was clearing my path. Within 2 weeks, I had packed my modest belongings into my Subaru and headed north, following directions that took me progressively farther from highways, then paved roads, and finally onto a dirt track that disappeared into dense forest. The attorney's description hadn't done justice to the cabin's isolation. As I followed the increasingly narrow road through thick stands of old-growth pine and maple, the early October sunlight filtered through branches in dappled patterns. My cell signal had disappeared miles back, and the GPS had given up entirely, leaving me to navigate by printed directions and sparse trail markers. Just when I began to worry I'd missed a turn, the forest opened slightly, and I caught my first glimpse of Lake Wanagiska through the trees. The water reflected the late afternoon sun, shimmering like polished silver. At the lake's edge stood the cabin, rustic but larger than I'd expected, with a broad covered porch facing the water and a stone chimney rising from its shingled roof. I parked beside a weathered shed and stepped out, stretching after the long drive. The air smelled of pine and water, crisp with autumn's approach. Silence enveloped me, no traffic noise, no human voices, just the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the occasional call of a bird. Something about the quality of that silence felt weighted, as if the forest was holding its breath, watching. The cabin key was exactly where the attorney had said it would be, tucked behind a loose stone in the chimney. Inside, the space was surprisingly well maintained, dusty but not decrepit. The main room featured massive windows overlooking the lake, a stone fireplace, and rustic furniture draped with protective sheets. A kitchen area occupied one corner, while stairs led to what I assumed was a loft sleeping area. 2 doors off the main room presumably led to additional bedrooms or storage. I spent that first afternoon unloading my car and exploring the cabin. In a desk drawer, I found a leather-bound journal, my great-uncle's, from the dates inside. His last entry was from just 3 months earlier, belying the attorney's claim that no one had used the property in years. The handwriting was shaky, but legible. "It's watching again from the tree line. 3rd night in a row. Tomorrow I'll try to photograph it, though I know from experience it doesn't show up well in pictures." The Ojibwe called it Wanagiska, not just the lake, but the creature itself, the white shadow that walks. The locals pretend it doesn't exist, but their eyes betray their knowledge. They fear what they won't name. I dismissed it as the ramblings of an old man living alone in the woods, yet something about those words raised the hair on my neck. Through the window, I watched the sun sink behind the trees across the lake, casting long shadows across the water. As daylight faded, the forest beyond the clearing seemed to deepen, becoming an impenetrable wall of darkness. That night I built a fire in the fireplace and continued reading my great-uncle's journal by its light. His entries chronicled years of solitary life at the cabin, interspersed with increasingly frequent mentions of strange occurrences, unexplained sounds in the night, footprints too large to be human around the property, glimpses of movement at the forest's edge. "I know why my grandfather built this cabin here," one entry read. "Not for the fishing or the views, as he claimed, but to watch over this place, to guard what sleeps beneath Wanagiska. The responsibility passes to each generation. I failed to pass it on. There was no one to tell." Sleep came uneasily that first night. The cabin creaked and settled around me. Unfamiliar sounds that my mind transformed into footsteps, breathing, scratching at the walls. I told myself it was just the wind, just the normal sounds of an old structure in the woods, just my imagination, primed by an old man's delusional writings. Dawn brought clarity and embarrassment over my midnight fears. The lake stretched before me, mist rising from its surface in ghostly tendrils that dissipated in the morning light. Birds called from the trees and a pair of deer grazed cautiously at the forest's edge. The world seemed peaceful, ordinary. After breakfast, I decided to explore the property. A well-worn path led around the lake's perimeter. I followed it, noting old stone markers at irregular intervals, each carved with a symbol that resembled a stylized eye. My great-uncle's journal hadn't mentioned these. About half a mile from the cabin, the path veered away from the lakeshore and into denser forest. Here, the trees grew closer together, branches intertwining overhead to create a natural tunnel. The ground sloped gradually upward, leading to what appeared to be a small clearing ahead. The clearing was perfectly circular, as if deliberately formed. At its center stood a stone structure, not quite a building, more like a small shrine or monument. It was constructed of flat stones stacked without mortar, forming a cube about 4 feet high with a single opening facing east. Inside the opening, a stone pedestal held what looked like a carved wooden mask, weathered with age, but still discernible as a face with deep-set eyes and an elongated jaw. I approached cautiously, feeling like an intruder. The air in the clearing seemed different, heavier, charged with something I couldn't identify. As I reached for the mask, a sound from behind me froze my hand in midair. A snapping twig, then silence. I turned slowly, scanning the trees that encircled the clearing. Nothing moved, yet I couldn't shake the certainty that I was being watched. My gaze traveled the perimeter, searching for any sign of movement or color that didn't belong. Then I saw it. Not a movement, but an absence of movement, a stillness too perfect to be natural. Between 2 ancient oaks at the clearing's edge stood a shape that at first glance seemed to be part of the forest itself, tall and indistinct, neither fully visible nor fully hidden. For several heartbeats, I stared at that shape, trying to resolve it into something recognizable, a tree, a shadow, a trick of light. Then it moved, just slightly, a subtle shift of weight that no shadow could mimic. I glimpsed massive shoulders, a head that seemed too high among the branches, and then, most disturbingly, eyes reflecting the morning light with a dull reddish glow. Fear locked my muscles. I couldn't run, couldn't call out, could barely breathe. The shape remained motionless, watching me with those reflective eyes. Then, deliberately, it stepped backward and was absorbed into the darkness between the trees, leaving only swaying branches to mark its passage. I ran then, abandoning all pretense of courage, sprinting down the path toward the cabin with my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't slow until I reached the porch, slamming the door behind me and throwing the deadbolt with shaking hands. Safe inside, rationality returned in fragments. It must have been a bear, I told myself. A moose, perhaps, or even a particularly large deer seen from an odd angle. The red-eye effect was just sunlight reflecting off an animal's retinas. The human-like stance was my imagination, influenced by my great-uncle's writings. But deep down, I knew these explanations were attempts to paper over a truth my mind wasn't ready to accept. What I'd seen hadn't been any animal known to these woods, and somehow, on an instinctual level, I understood that it was connected to this place, to Lake Wanagiska, to the strange shrine in the clearing, and to the responsibility my great-uncle had failed to pass on. That night, I returned to his journal with new purpose, reading entry after entry by flashlight when the power flickered and died during a sudden thunderstorm. Outside, rain lashed the windows and lightning illuminated the lake in strobing flashes. Between thunderclaps, I heard noises on the porch, heavy footsteps, a sound like claws scraping wood, and once a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the cabin's walls. I told myself it was just the storm, but in the journal's pages I found my great-uncle's voice speaking across time. When it comes in the rain, it's searching. The water masks its scent, allows it to get closer. It's drawn to fear. It can smell it like sharks smell blood. Stay calm, stay still. Remember what sleeps beneath. Wanagiska must remain asleep. I didn't understand. But as the night deepened and the noises outside grew more persistent, I realized with growing dread that understanding might be the key to survival. Morning revealed claw marks on the porch railing, deep gouges in the wood that hadn't been there the day before. Massive footprints in the mud led from the forest's edge to the cabin and back again, their shape distinctly humanoid but much too large, nearly 16 inches long with 5 toe impressions. No bear made prints like these. I photographed them with shaking hands, then traced the trail to where it disappeared into the underbrush. The forest seemed innocent in daylight, birds singing among sun-dappled branches, but I no longer trusted its peaceful facade. Something was out there, something that had circled my cabin in the night, testing doors and windows, searching for a way in. Back inside, I returned to my great-uncle's journal, searching for answers. The entries grew increasingly erratic over the final months, blending observations with local legends and personal theories. One passage caught my attention. Local librarians showed me old missionary records from 1700s, described a tribe that once lived around this lake. Not Ojibwe, but older, perhaps wiped out before Europeans fully documented the region. They worshipped something they called the Keeper of Dreams that lived beneath the water, made sacrifices to keep it sleeping. The stone markers around the lake form a boundary, a cage of sorts. The creature I see is drawn to the lake, but fears to cross the markers. I remembered the stone pillars with eye-like carvings I'd noticed along the lakeshore path. Was it possible they served some protective function? It seemed absurd, yet the precision of their placement suggested purpose rather than decoration. Another entry provided more disturbing details. Sheriff came today after I reported tracks, acted concerned, took photos, made report, but saw him later at the store laughing with locals. They know. All of them know. Just let it be, he told me when I confronted him. Your family's watched over that thing for generations. Nothing good comes from poking at it. When I pressed, he admitted 3 hikers disappeared in these woods last spring. Bodies never found. The implications chilled me. If the locals knew about this creature, why hadn't they warned me? Was there some unspoken agreement to keep silent? To protect the town's reputation, or perhaps something darker? I needed information, and the cabin's isolation suddenly felt suffocating rather than peaceful. I decided to drive into the nearest town, Lakewood, about 20 miles south, to stock up on supplies and perhaps cautiously inquire about the property's history. Lakewood proved to be a small settlement of weathered buildings, clustered around a single main street. The general store doubled as a post office and diner, with a handful of locals nursing coffee at a counter. Conversations hushed noticeably when I entered, eyes tracking me with what I now recognized as wary assessment rather than small-town curiosity. The clerk, a gray-haired woman with deep smile lines and watchful eyes, greeted me with rehearsed cheer. Passing through or staying a while? Just moved into a cabin on Lake Wanagiska, I replied, watching closely for her reaction. Inherited it from my great-uncle Liam. Something flickered behind her polite smile. Recognition, perhaps concern. The McAllister place. Been a while since anyone's lived there full-time. Did you know my uncle? Everyone knows everyone around here. She began ringing up my groceries with efficient movements. He kept to himself mostly, especially these past few years. I found his journal, I said casually. Interesting reading. He mentioned something about local legends regarding the lake. Her hands paused briefly. Every lake has its stories. He seemed particularly interested in one about a creature in the woods, called it Wanagiska. The store fell silent. Even the clink of coffee cups ceased. The clerk's smile had vanished entirely. We don't talk about those old stories, she said quietly. They're just superstition from a less enlightened time. An older man at the counter turned toward me. Your uncle stirred things up that were better left settled. Asked too many questions, went looking for trouble. His weathered face hardened. Some folks think that's what happened to him in the end. What do you mean? I was told he died of a heart attack. No one answered. The clerk finished bagging my groceries with deliberate movements. That'll be $47.50. I paid, sensing further questions would yield nothing. As I turned to leave, the old man spoke again. "Word of advice, stranger. That cabin sits on a special kind of ground, always has. Your family's always known that, kept watch over it. You want to stay there, you'd best honor the old ways. Don't go wandering after dark. Don't disturb what's marked. And if you see something in the woods, you leave it be." Outside, I loaded my groceries into the car, the man's warning echoing in my mind. The town's reaction confirmed my suspicions. They knew something about the creature, about my property, perhaps even about my great-uncle's death that contradicted the official story. Back at the cabin, I searched more thoroughly, looking for anything that might explain these cryptic warnings. In a locked chest in the cabin cellar, I found a collection of old documents, land deeds, maps, and a leather folder containing what appeared to be family records dating back to the 1800s. One document caught my eye, a letter dated 1879 from my great-great-grandfather to his son. "The responsibility I pass to you is grave. Our family made a pact generations ago with the last shaman of the Mishinimaki people. We would guard this place, maintain the stone wardens, and in return, the creature they bound would spare our blood. Break this covenant at your peril. What sleeps beneath Wanagiska must remain there, for if it wakes, no power on earth can contain it again. The guardian that walks the shore is but its servant, a fragment of its consciousness given form. Fear it, respect it, but remember, it is not the true danger." Accompanying the letter was a crude drawing of a bipedal creature with disproportionately long arms, a sloped forehead, and eyes that the artist had heavily shaded. In the background was a stylized representation of a lake, with a massive shape beneath its surface. My hands trembled as I replaced the documents. The rational part of my mind still resisted, still searched for a logical explanation, perhaps a family tradition of conservation recast through superstition, or local legends attached to unusual wildlife. But the footprints outside, the town's reaction, my own sighting in the clearing, all pointed to something very real stalking the woods around Lake Wanagiska. As afternoon faded toward evening, I secured the cabin as best I could, checking locks, closing shutters, bringing in firewood for the night. Through the windows, I watched the lake turn golden, then red, then deepening blue as the sun set. The surface was glass smooth, reflecting the emerging stars like a perfect mirror. Then, as full dark settled, I noticed something disturbing, ripples spreading from the center of the lake, as if something large was moving beneath the surface. The ripples grew stronger, water splashing against the shore in what almost resembled a pulse, a massive heartbeat. I extinguished the cabin lights and watched from darkness as the ripples continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding. When the water had been still for half an hour, I relaxed slightly, only to tense again at a sound from the forest's edge. Peering through the gloom, I saw it again, that unnaturally tall silhouette, moving with a fluid grace that belied its size. It emerged partially from the trees, massive head lifted as if testing the air. In the faint moonlight, I could make out more details than before: the shaggy outline, the powerful shoulders, the unnervingly human-like posture. It was easily 8 feet tall, possibly larger. It moved toward the lake, stopping at the tree line. For several long minutes, it stood absolutely still, staring across the water. Then slowly, deliberately, it turned its head toward the cabin, toward the window where I watched. Even at this distance, I felt the weight of its gaze, a pressure against my consciousness that triggered instinctive terror. It knew I was watching. It knew exactly where I was. And somehow, I sensed it was measuring me, judging whether I posed a threat to whatever purpose brought it to the lakeshore night after night. Then, with a fluid motion that seemed too fast for its bulk, it melted back into the forest, leaving me shaking and uncertain whether I had just been evaluated, warned, or marked. Sleep eluded me that night. I sat in the main room, a loaded shotgun across my knees, my great-uncle's found in a locked cabinet, listening to the sounds of the forest and the occasional splash from the lake. Something fundamental had shifted in my understanding of this inheritance. I wasn't just the owner of a secluded cabin. I was now the reluctant guardian of whatever ancient secret lay beneath Lake Wanagiska. And whatever walked its shores was watching to see if I would honor that duty or flee. Dawn brought no relief, just a bone-deep exhaustion and lingering dread. I dozed fitfully in the chair, waking at every creak and rustle, the shotgun a cold weight across my lap. Outside, the lake shimmered innocently in the morning light, offering no hint of the strange ripples I'd witnessed the night before. Coffee in hand, I walked the property, examining the areas around the cabin. Near the boathouse I found fresh tracks, the same massive humanoid prints, but this time accompanied by something else that froze my blood. A dead deer lay partially concealed beneath pine branches, its neck broken at an impossible angle. The carcass was intact except for the chest cavity, which had been opened with surgical precision. The heart was missing. This wasn't a natural predator's kill. Natural predators don't cover their prey or take only specific organs. This was ritualistic, deliberate, a message left where I would find it. Back in the cabin, I re-examined my great-uncle's journal and the family documents with new urgency. References to offerings and appeasement appeared repeatedly, suggesting a traditional practice of leaving gifts, perhaps food, for the creature. Had my great-uncle maintained this tradition? Was this kill a demand for continuation? The more immediate question, was I in danger? The creature clearly knew I was here and seemed to be demonstrating its power rather than attacking outright. But how long would that restraint last? I considered leaving, packing up and returning to city life, selling the property, and washing my hands of this entire bizarre situation. But something held me back. Perhaps it was stubbornness or curiosity or some deeper connection to this place and the family duty it represented. Whatever the reason, I decided to stay, at least long enough to understand what I was dealing with. The local library seemed the logical next step in my investigation. I drove back to Lakewood, parking outside a small brick building that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. Inside, a young woman with glasses and a wary expression greeted me from behind a desk stacked with books. "Can I help you find something?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. "I'm researching local history," I replied, "specifically legends about Lake Wanagiska and the surrounding area." Her expression didn't change, but her posture stiffened slightly. "Most of our local history section focuses on the town's founding and development. We don't have much on folklore. My great-uncle's journal mentioned he found information here. Old missionary records about a tribe that lived around the lake before the Ojibwe." She hesitated, conflict visible behind her professional facade. Finally, she sighed. "Your uncle was very persistent. I showed him materials that aren't in our general collection." She lowered her voice. "Come with me." She led me to a back room filled with filing cabinets and acid-free storage boxes. After ensuring we were alone, she unlocked a cabinet and removed a leather-bound volume protected by a clear archival sleeve. "This is Father Jean-Baptiste Moreau's journal from 1742 to 1747. He was a Jesuit missionary who traveled through this region, documenting the native populations." She handled the book with reverent care. "His accounts aren't always reliable. He viewed everything through his religious perspective, but it's one of the few written records we have from that period." She opened the journal to a marked page, where faded ink recorded the priest's flowing script. The entry was dated June 1743. "Encountered a small band of natives who call themselves Mishinimaki, or People of the Great Spirit Lake. Unlike the Ojibwe with whom I have established good relations, these people are secretive and regard my presence with evident hostility. Their village is situated on a lake they will not name, saying only that to speak its true name is to attract the attention of what dwells within. Their customs are strange and, I fear, demonic in nature. They maintain a circle of stone markers around their lake, each carved with a warding symbol. Upon these stones, they place offerings of food and blood from their hunts. When I questioned this practice, their shaman explained through crude gestures and my interpreter's halting translation that these offerings are for the guardian that walks, which protects them from the sleeper beneath. I gather they believe some entity resides in the lake's depths, kept dormant through these pagan rituals. More disturbing still, they claim this guardian can take physical form, a towering beast that walks on 2 legs like a man, but possesses the strength and savagery of 10 bears. The description recalls the wild tales of Sasquatch I've heard from trappers, though I had dismissed these as mere frontier fantasy. The Mishinimaki believe they are bound to this place by ancient duty. When I offered to guide them to a mission settlement where they might find Christian salvation, their refusal was immediate and vehement. The shaman warned that should they abandon their vigil, the sleeper would wake and bring destruction beyond imagining. I looked up from the journal, processing this information. What happened to the Mishinimaki? The librarian shook her head. They disappear from the historical record after about 1760. The most likely explanation is that they were absorbed into larger tribes or wiped out by disease. European illnesses devastated many smaller native populations. And the lake, does Father Moreau identify it? Not by name, but his descriptions of the surrounding geography suggest it was what we now call Lake Wanagiska. She closed the journal carefully. Your family's property has been there since the 1860s, one of the first non-native settlements in the area. Did my uncle find anything else? Any other historical references to the guardian or the sleeper? She hesitated again. He was particularly interested in disappearances around the lake. There have been several over the years. Hikers, fishermen, a couple of researchers from the university studying forest ecology about a decade ago. Official explanations? The usual. People get lost in the wilderness, accidents happen, wild animal attacks. But, she glanced toward the door, then lowered her voice further. There's a pattern. Most disappearances happen in groups of 3, spaced a few days apart. Always during the spring or fall, always near the lake. And they're often preceded by reports of unusual animal activity, livestock killings, strange sounds at night, huge tracks found in the mud. Like what's happening now, I murmured, thinking of the dead deer and the creature's increasing boldness. She nodded grimly. Your uncle was asking the same questions right before he died. Sheriff said it was a heart attack, but... She trailed off. But what? The paramedics who responded said his body was cold when they arrived. Too cold, like he'd been outside all night. And there were scratches on the windows, deep ones that went through the glass. My blood chilled at the implication. You think something killed him? I think, she said carefully, that your uncle broke some rule he didn't fully understand. And I think you should be very careful about following in his footsteps. I thanked her for her help and left, my mind racing with new information. The drive back to the cabin felt longer, the forest pressing closer to the road, shadows deeper than they should have been in mid-afternoon. By the time I turned onto the dirt track leading to my property, the sun was already sinking toward the treetops. Something was wrong. I sensed it before I rounded the final bend, a stillness in the air, an absence of bird calls. The cabin came into view, apparently undisturbed, but my instincts screamed danger. I approached cautiously, shotgun ready. The front door stood open, swinging slightly in the breeze. I was certain I'd locked it before leaving. Inside, chaos greeted me. Furniture overturned, my great-uncle's journals and the family documents strewn across the floor. Deep gouges marked the walls and floor, as if massive claws had torn through the cabin in a frenzy. The destruction was systematic rather than random. Every hiding place had been searched, every container emptied. But the most disturbing detail awaited me in the bedroom. On the wall above the bed, something had used what looked like charcoal to draw a crude symbol, a circle with vertical lines extending downward, resembling an eye with dripping tears. Below it, 3 horizontal lines were drawn, the middle one partially erased. With sudden clarity, I understood. 3 lines, 1 partially erased. 2 remained. 2 more to go. 2 more disappearances before whatever ritual cycle the creature was enacting would be complete. and I now stood directly in its path. Night fell rapidly, darkness flowing like ink through the trees surrounding the cabin. I worked frantically to secure the space, boarding broken windows, barricading the damaged door, establishing a defensive position in the main room, with clear sight lines to all potential entry points. The shotgun lay loaded beside me, though deep down I questioned whether it would have any effect against what stalked the woods. As I worked, I gathered the scattered papers and journals, arranging them to reconstruct the research my great-uncle had compiled. A pattern emerged from his notes, dates, and observations that painted a disturbing picture. Every 30 years, almost to the day, a cycle of disappearances occurred around Lake Wanagiska, always in groups of 3, always followed by a period of absolute quiet, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The current cycle had begun 2 weeks ago, with a backpacker who'd veered off the main trail miles from here. Search and rescue had found his campsite torn apart, blood on the ground, but no body. A week later, a local hunter had vanished, his truck found parked at a trailhead, his gear scattered through the woods. Both incidents had been attributed to bear attacks, despite the lack of evidence supporting that conclusion. I was to be the third. The realization settled over me with leaden certainty. But why me specifically? Was it simply opportunity, a solitary figure in a remote cabin? Or was there some deeper connection to my bloodline, to the covenant mentioned in my ancestor's letter? The answer emerged from a hidden compartment in my great-uncle's desk, a space I discovered only because the creature's search had damaged the locking mechanism. Inside lay a small leather-bound book far older than his journals, its pages brittle with age. The handwriting within was not his but belonged to someone much earlier, my great-great-grandfather, judging by the dates. The book detailed the arrangement our family had made with the last shaman of the Mishinimaki people in 1868. In exchange for the land around Lake Wanagiska, my ancestor had sworn to maintain the stone markers, provide regular offerings to the guardian, and, most critically, ensure that one family member always remained as caretaker of the property. The shaman explained, one passage read, that without proper observation, the sleeper's hunger grows, causing it to reach out through its guardian to seek sustenance. Every 3rd decade, this hunger peaks and requires greater appeasement, the life essence of 3 souls. In ancient times, the tribe would sacrifice 3 volunteers from among their people. Without such willing offerings, the guardian hunts. My great-uncle had maintained this grim tradition until recently. His final journal entries revealed his growing moral conflict about the practice. I cannot continue this barbaric arrangement. The disappearances weigh on my conscience. Lives lost to perpetuate a superstition. I've decided to break the cycle. I will not make the offerings this year. Perhaps without the ritual encouragement, the creature will simply hibernate or die. If there is a guardian, if there is a sleeper, let them come for me instead. They had, and now they had come for me. Outside, something moved in the darkness, a heavy footfall on the porch, then another. Wood creaked under significant weight. A low, rumbling sound vibrated through the cabin walls, not quite a growl, more like the subsonic purr of some massive predator. I raised the shotgun, aiming at the barricaded door. Minutes passed in tense silence. Then, unexpectedly, a sound from above, movement on the roof. Claws or heavy nails scraped across the shingles, seeking weakness. A crash from the rear of the cabin shattered the silence, the bathroom window giving way. I swung the gun toward the hallway just as a massive shape filled the doorframe. In the dim light, I caught impressions rather than details. Height that forced it to stoop beneath the ceiling, broad shoulders covered in matted hair, arms too long for its already elongated frame. Its face remained in shadow, but 2 points of dull red light marked where its eyes must be. I fired without hesitation. The shotgun's roar deafening in the confined space. The creature jerked backward, but didn't fall. Instead, it emitted a sound no earthly animal could make, a high, keening wail that seemed to originate from multiple throats simultaneously. It retreated down the hallway. I followed cautiously, gun ready for a second shot. The bathroom window gaped open to the night, glass shards littering the floor alongside dark droplets that could only be blood. I'd wounded it, at least. A sudden impact shook the entire cabin, something massive striking the outer wall with tremendous force. Then again and again, methodical blows testing the structure's integrity. I backed into the main room, positioning myself to cover all possible entry points. The assault on the walls ceased abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard a new sound, water sloshing rhythmically against the lakeshore, though there was no wind to create waves. Looking through a crack in the boarded window, I saw the lake's surface undulating, ripples spreading outward from the center, as if something massive was rising from the depths. A distant memory surfaced, a line from the priest's journal: "The guardian that walks protects them from the sleeper beneath." Two entities, not one, and I had wounded the guardian. As this realization dawned, the cabin's foundations trembled. The floorboards beneath my feet vibrated with increasing intensity. Cracks appeared in the stone fireplace, mortar dust raining down as the tremors grew stronger. This was no earthquake. This was something waking. I grabbed the essential documents in my pack, shoving them haphazardly inside along with ammunition and whatever food I could reach. The cabin was no longer safe. Perhaps nowhere was safe, but I couldn't just wait for the structure to collapse around me. As I prepared to flee, a final entry in my great-uncle's journal caught my eye. "The stone shrine in the clearing holds the key. The mask is a vessel of containment, carved from the heartwood of a tree struck by lightning during the binding ritual. The shaman's power is locked within it. Without the mask in place, the circle is broken." The mask I'd nearly touched during my exploration of the property. The wooden face with its deep-set eyes and elongated jaw. Had my presence there, my near disturbance of the artifact, weakened whatever binding it represented? I had no time to contemplate further. With a groaning sound, the cabin floor buckled upward, boards splintering as something pushed from below. I bolted for the door, tearing away the barricade and bursting onto the porch. Outside, the night had transformed. The placid lake now churned violently, waves crashing against the shore with unnatural force. The surrounding forest swayed as if in a hurricane, though the air was eerily still. And at the tree line stood the guardian, the creature I'd shot, watching me with those glowing eyes, making no move to attack. I ran toward the path that led around the lake, toward the stone shrine. If the mask was indeed key to containing whatever was waking beneath Wanagiska, I needed to ensure it remained in place. The guardian made no attempt to pursue me, which was somehow more terrifying than if it had given chase. The path was nearly invisible in the darkness, but I followed it by instinct and memory, aware of the lake's increasingly violent thrashing to my right. The stone markers I passed seemed to vibrate, the carved eye symbols appearing to watch me as I ran. The clearing, when I reached it, was transformed. Moonlight illuminated the perfect circle with unnatural brightness, as if the space existed in its own reality. The stone shrine stood at the center, unchanged except for one critical detail. The mask was no longer on its pedestal. Instead, it lay on the ground before the shrine, face down, as if it had fallen or been deliberately removed. The wooden surface gleamed with an oily sheen that hadn't been present before. I approached cautiously, shotgun ready, scanning the clearing for any sign of the guardian. Finding none, I knelt beside the mask and reached out to restore it to its place. A voice stopped me, not a physical sound but words that formed directly in my mind, accompanied by impressions of ancient knowledge and inhuman patience. "Child of the covenant, last of the bound bloodline, what do you seek here?" The voice held neither malice nor benevolence, merely a cold curiosity that felt older than human civilization. "I want to restore the balance," I answered aloud, feeling foolish yet certain I was being heard. "To put the mask back and maintain the binding." The binding weakens. The cycle nears completion. The hunger grows. "What are you?" I asked, though I feared I already knew. "I am the sleeper beneath, the dreamer whose nightmares walk the shore, the endless hunger your ancestors promised to sate, by sacrificing innocent people, by honoring the covenant, 3 lives every 30 years, freely given or forcibly taken. A small price for containing what would otherwise consume all. The ground trembled beneath me, the vibration traveling up through my bones. In the lake beyond the clearing, something massive broke the surface briefly, a shape too large, too alien to fully comprehend, before sinking again in a cascade of water. Your uncle refused the offering, broke the covenant. Now the binding fails, and I wake. And if I restore the mask, make the offerings, then the cycle continues. I return to dreaming. The guardian returns to watching, until the next hunger comes. Moral repugnance warred with practical terror. Could I condemn others to maintain this monstrous arrangement? But the alternative, unleashing whatever ancient horror slept beneath Wanagiska, seemed unthinkably worse. There must be another way, I insisted. A permanent solution. There is. The mental voice took on a tone of dark amusement. Join me beneath. Become part of what sleeps and dreams. Your essence would satisfy for centuries, not decades. No more offerings, no more hunts. Self-sacrifice instead of sacrificing others, I murmured. Your uncle made the same choice in the end. His last offering, himself. The revelation struck me like a physical blow. My great-uncle hadn't been killed by the guardian. He had willingly given himself to the sleeper, attempting to break the cycle of death permanently through his own sacrifice. But it hadn't been enough. Or perhaps, without the proper ritual, his sacrifice had merely postponed the inevitable. I stood at the crossroads of an impossible choice. Continue a tradition of periodic sacrifice, end my own life in hopes of a more lasting solution, or do nothing, and let an ancient horror loose upon the world. As I deliberated, the clearing darkened. Looking up, I saw the guardian standing at the edge of the trees, its massive form silhouetted against the night sky. It made no move to approach, but its presence radiated expectation. The mask at my feet seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, calling to be restored to its rightful place. And beneath the lake, something waited for my decision. Dawn approached, tinging the eastern sky with faint gray light. I had spent the night in the clearing, alternating between frantic research through my great-uncle's papers and tense observation of the guardian, which maintained its vigil at the perimeter. The lake had gradually calmed as night progressed, suggesting the sleeper had retreated to deeper waters. But this was temporary respite, not resolution. I needed to decide, and soon. My great-uncle's journals revealed more details about the nature of the covenant. The Mishinimaki had not simply appeased the creature beneath Wanagiska. They had utilized its power, drawing on it for protection against enemies and harsh winters. The arrangement had been symbiotic rather than purely sacrificial. Over generations, this knowledge had been lost or deliberately obscured. My ancestors had maintained only the bare minimum of the tradition, the offerings, the maintenance of the stone markers, without understanding the full complexity of the relationship. Another discovery proved crucial. The mask itself was not merely a symbol, but a conduit, carved from wood that had absorbed the shaman's blood during the original binding ritual. It served as both lock and key to the sleeper's prison and power. As the first true light of dawn filtered through the trees, I reached a decision. Not a perfect solution, but one that might break the cycle without unleashing catastrophe. I picked up the mask, feeling its unnatural weight and the subtle vibration of power contained within its wooden form. Standing before the stone shrine, I addressed both the unseen presence beneath the lake and the guardian that now watched with unblinking intensity. I accept the covenant, I said clearly, but I propose new terms. The guardian shifted, head tilting in what might have been curiosity. From the lake came a faint ripple, acknowledgement of my words. No more human sacrifices, no more deaths. I placed the mask on the pedestal, but didn't remove my hands from it. Instead, I offer a permanent binding, my bloodline tied to this place, not just as caretakers but as true guardians. The mental voice returned, probing my thoughts with cold precision. What sustenance would you provide in place of life essence? Regular offerings of more humane nature. and something more valuable: purpose, understanding. I'll study the old ways, restore the knowledge that's been lost, make this relationship beneficial to both sides, as it once was. Silence stretched, pregnant with deliberation. The guardian remained motionless, but I sensed its attention was divided between me and something I couldn't perceive: communication with its master below. The hunger cannot be denied entirely. Then let it feed on willing sacrifices, blood freely given, not lives taken. The Mishinimaki shamans used their own blood to seal the original covenant. Another long pause. The sunrise painted the clearing in golden light, illuminating details that darkness had hidden. Intricate carvings on the stone shrine, patterns worn into the ground from centuries of ritual movement around the circle. It is acceptable, if imperfect. The binding will hold, sustained by willing sacrifice and renewed purpose. But know this, guardian by choice: should you fail in your duty, should your blood cease to renew the covenant, what sleeps will wake, and what wakes will remember this mercy denied. I understand. I pressed my palm against the mask's wooden surface, feeling a sharp sting as hidden splinters pierced my skin. Blood welled, soaking into the ancient wood, which seemed to absorb it eagerly. I accept the responsibility. A sensation like an electrical current passed through my body, not painful but overwhelming, as if every cell was being examined and catalogued. Knowledge flowed into my mind, fragments of ritual, glimpses of the sleeper's true nature, the history of the Mishinimaki and their centuries of guardianship. When it ended, I stumbled backward, gasping. The mask on the pedestal glowed briefly with inner light, then returned to its weathered appearance, though subtle changes had occurred. The features slightly altered to incorporate something of my own face. The guardian stepped into the clearing for the first time, approaching with fluid grace that belied its massive bulk. In daylight, I could see it clearly: the shaggy brown-gray fur, the massive hands with surprisingly dexterous fingers, the face that blended human and animal features in unsettling proportion. Its eyes, no longer glowing red but a deep amber, studied me with intelligence far beyond that of any natural creature. It stopped before me, towering at its full height, at least 9 feet tall. Then, in a gesture that seemed both benediction and warning, it placed one enormous hand briefly on my shoulder. The weight was staggering, forcing me to brace myself, but also oddly comforting, an acknowledgement of shared purpose. Then it turned and moved back toward the forest, with that same unnatural grace, pausing at the edge to look back once before disappearing among the trees. I returned to the cabin, which showed evidence of the night's upheaval: foundation cracks, buckled floors, broken windows, but remained structurally sound. Inside, I gathered my great-uncle's journals and the family documents, now mine to study and expand upon. The responsibility I'd inherited was far greater than a piece of property. It was the continuation of an ancient pact that predated European settlement of this continent. Over the following weeks, I repaired the cabin and established my new life as guardian of Lake Wanagiska. True to my word, I studied the old ways, deciphering rituals from fragmented descriptions and experimenting cautiously with the connection I now felt to both guardian and sleeper. The locals regarded me with a mixture of wariness and respect when I ventured into town. They never spoke directly of what had happened, but the old man from the store nodded to me with what seemed like approval. "Your uncle would be pleased," he said once, the closest anyone came to acknowledging the change. I learned to hear the whispers of the forest, to sense the guardian's movements through the trees, to feel the rhythmic breathing of the sleeper beneath the lake. Each morning, I made a small offering of my own blood, just a few drops in a stone bowl placed at the shrine, renewing the covenant and maintaining the balance. Hikers and campers occasionally passed through the outer boundaries of the property, unaware of what lay at its heart. I guided them subtly away from the lake, becoming known locally as the helpful but eccentric hermit, who knew the woods better than anyone. Sometimes, when the moon is full and the lake perfectly still, I sit on the dock and feel the ancient presence stirring far below. not with hunger now, but with a patient awareness, waiting, dreaming of depths no human mind can comprehend. And sometimes in those moments, I catch glimpses of my great-uncle's spirit, not as a ghost, but as an echo absorbed into the entity he sacrificed himself to contain. He made his choice to protect others. I made mine to find a better way. The Guardian still walks the perimeter each night, its massive footprints occasionally visible in the morning dew. We acknowledge each other when we meet, neither friend nor enemy, but bound by purpose to this place of ancient power. I am the last of my bloodline, and so the covenant will end with me. But I have time to find an apprentice, someone willing to accept this strange inheritance when I can no longer maintain it, someone who will make their own offering, their own terms with what whispers beneath Wanagiska. For now, I maintain my vigil. I honor the pact. And I listen to the whispers of things older than human history, learning secrets few will ever know. This is my inheritance. This is my purpose. This is my covenant with the darkness that dreams beneath white shadow waters. I woke up earlier than necessary on that fateful Saturday in late September, my mind already racing with anticipation for our planned hike. The weather forecast promised clear skies, perfect conditions for exploring the renowned Cascade Falls Trail that had been on our bucket list for months. My wife Rebecca stirred beside me, blinking away sleep as sunlight filtered through our bedroom curtains. "You're already dressed," she noted with a drowsy smile. "Someone's eager." I nodded, checking my watch. "Thought we'd get an early start, beat the crowds." Our 3-year-old German Shepherd Bella seemed to sense the day's adventure, pacing anxiously by the front door while we packed our gear. Trail mix, water bottles, first aid kit, and the usual essentials. Rebecca insisted on bringing extra layers despite the warm forecast. "The temperature drops fast in those valleys," she reminded me, stuffing a fleece into her backpack. "Better safe than sorry." The drive took nearly 2 hours, winding through increasingly remote countryside. The radio signal gradually weakened until static replaced the morning news program. We fell into comfortable silence, occasionally pointing out interesting landmarks or unusual cloud formations. Bella remained vigilant in the back seat, her nose occasionally fogging the window glass as she tracked scents from the passing landscape. "Did you read that article about the search and rescue operation last month?" Rebecca asked suddenly, scrolling through her phone before the signal disappeared completely. "No. What happened?" "Some hiker went off trail about 15 miles from where we're headed. Spent 2 nights out there before they found him. Apparently he was severely dehydrated and kept rambling about strange noises." I shrugged. "Probably got disoriented. People underestimate wilderness all the time." "I suppose," she said, but her voice carried a note of uncertainty that lingered between us. The parking area was beginning to fill when we arrived, but we secured a spot near the trailhead. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, invigorating after the long drive. I stretched my legs while Rebecca organized our backpacks. Bella strained against her leash, eager to begin the journey, her tail wagging with unbridled enthusiasm. "Remember," I said, examining the trail map posted on a weathered wooden board. "We stick to the main path. No unnecessary risks today." Rebecca nodded in agreement, her earlier concerns seemingly forgotten in the beauty of the morning. Neither of us could have predicted how drastically that resolution would change, or how deeply we would come to regret the decisions made in the following hours. We joined the steady stream of hikers making their way toward Cascade Falls. The trail was wide and well-maintained near the entrance, bordered by towering Douglas firs and western red cedars that filtered the morning sunlight into dappled patterns across the path. Families with children, couples with expensive camera equipment, and solo hikers with determined expressions passed us or fell behind as we settled into a comfortable pace. "It's busier than I expected," Rebecca commented, adjusting her backpack straps. "The falls are a popular attraction," I replied. "This is why I wanted to get here early." Bella led the way, her nose working constantly as she encountered new scents. Her excitement was contagious, and I found myself smiling at her occasional backward glances, as if checking that we were still following her expert guidance. The sound of rushing water grew progressively louder, signaling our approach to the falls. Through breaks in the trees, we caught glimpses of sunlight catching the spray, creating ephemeral rainbows that appeared and vanished with the shifting breeze. The path widened into a viewing area crowded with people taking photographs and children squealing with delight. Cascade Falls lived up to its reputation, a 60-foot torrent of water tumbling over moss-covered rocks into a clear pool below. The designated viewing platforms were packed with tourists, jostling for the perfect angle, their voices competing with the thunderous cascade. Rebecca took several photos while I consulted our trail map. "There's a secondary trail that loops around the top of the falls," I pointed out. "Looks like it's less traveled." Rebecca glanced at the crowded platforms. "Might be nice to find some quieter spots." A park ranger stationed nearby overheard our conversation. "The upper trail is more challenging," he cautioned. "But the views are worth it if you're experienced hikers." "We are," I assured him, perhaps too quickly. "How far does it extend?" "About 4 miles around, but there's a return path that cuts back to the main trail at the 2-mile mark if you decide not to complete the full loop." Rebecca hesitated. "Is it well marked?" "The first section is," the ranger replied. "After that, the blazes are a bit faded. Just keep the creek on your left and you'll be fine." The decision was made with surprising ease. We filled our water bottles at the public fountain, adjusted our gear, and headed toward the narrow path that snaked upward beside the waterfall. A sign warned less experienced hikers to remain on the main trail, but we continued past it, eager to escape the noise and discover views few tourists bothered to seek. The terrain immediately became more challenging. Rocks slick with spray required careful footing, and the path narrowed until we had to proceed single file. Bella, sensing the adventure, pulled ahead with renewed enthusiasm. As we climbed higher, the crowd noise diminished, replaced by the more intimate sounds of our breathing and the water's roar. Reaching a natural ledge overlooking the falls, we paused to rest. From this vantage point, the tourists below resembled colorful insects swarming around a puddle. The forest stretched in every direction, an unbroken canopy of green that seemed to swallow the horizon. "Worth the climb already," I said, taking a long drink from my water bottle. Rebecca nodded, her face flushed from exertion. "It's beautiful. But listen, notice anything?" I paused, taking in our surroundings more attentively. "It's quieter." "Not just quieter," she clarified. "No birds, no insects buzzing." She was right. Apart from the waterfall's constant rush, the forest was unnaturally silent. I dismissed the observation with a shrug. Probably just the time of day, or maybe the water noise drowns them out. Rebecca seemed unconvinced, but said nothing more as we continued our ascent. The path leveled somewhat as we moved away from the falls, diving deeper into the forest where the canopy thickened, reducing sunlight to occasional shafts that barely reached the forest floor. With each step away from the main attraction, I felt a growing sense of isolation, not unpleasant at first, but increasingly pronounced. We were leaving the safety of numbers behind, venturing into a section of forest that suddenly seemed vast and unknowable. Bella's excited trot slowed to a more cautious pace as she navigated fallen trees and protruding roots. "The trail's getting harder to follow," Rebecca noted, pointing to faded blue markings on scattered trees. "Should we turn back?" I consulted my watch. "We've only been on this section for 30 minutes. Let's push on a bit further." The ranger mentioned a particularly good viewpoint at the creek bend. That simple decision, to continue rather than return, would prove to be the first in a series of increasingly poor choices, leading us deeper into an experience that would haunt our dreams for months to come. The deeper we ventured into the forest, the more distinct the atmosphere became from the cheerful bustle at the waterfall's base. Shadows lengthened and merged beneath the dense canopy, creating a perpetual twilight that played tricks on peripheral vision. Fallen logs and rock formations took on anthropomorphic qualities in the dim light, resembling crouched figures until examined more closely. "How far do you think we've gone?" Rebecca asked, her voice hushed as if respecting the forest's growing silence. I checked my GPS app, but the signal had weakened to the point of uselessness. Maybe a mile from the falls. Hard to tell with all the switchbacks. The trail had narrowed further, in some places barely distinguishable from game paths that branched off in confusing directions. Blue trailblazes appeared with decreasing frequency, some so faded they required careful scrutiny to confirm their presence. Bella remained ahead of us but had abandoned her earlier exuberance for a more methodical pace, occasionally glancing back as if to confirm we were still following. "I don't remember seeing anyone else take this trail," Rebecca observed. "Not a single other hiker. That's what we wanted, isn't it? Some peace and quiet?" She nodded hesitantly. "Yes, but it feels different somehow. Not peaceful exactly, more like expectant," I finished for her, surprising myself with the choice of word. The terrain changed gradually, becoming less hospitable. Moss-covered stones appeared with increasing frequency, some slick with moisture despite the absence of recent rainfall. The air felt thicker, carrying an earthy scent tinged with something less definable, a mustiness that clung to the back of the throat. "Do you hear the creak?" I asked, stopping to listen. According to the ranger's directions, we should have been approaching the waterway that fed the falls. Rebecca shook her head. "Nothing, but I feel like we're being watched." Under normal circumstances, I might have laughed at such a comment or dismissed it as imagination. Instead, I found myself scanning the surrounding trees with increased vigilance. The forest had grown too quiet, the silence no longer peaceful but oppressive. "That's just the isolation talking," I said, attempting to sound reassuring despite my own growing unease. "When you're used to the city, genuine solitude feels strange." Bella stopped abruptly, her attention fixed on a dense thicket to our right. Her posture stiffened, ears forward, the ridge of fur along her spine rising slightly. "What is it, girl?" I asked, moving closer to examine whatever had caught her attention. The underbrush revealed nothing obvious, no movement, no unusual shapes, just more of the endless forest stretching into shadow. Yet Bella remained fixated, a low whine building in her throat. "Probably just a squirrel," I suggested, tugging gently on her leash. "Come on, let's keep moving." She reluctantly followed, but her demeanor had changed. The playful exploration was gone, replaced by hypervigilance. Every few steps she would pause, her head swiveling to track something I couldn't perceive. Rebecca noticed the change as well, moving closer to me as we continued along the increasingly obscure trail. "I don't like this," she whispered. "Something feels wrong." I was about to suggest turning back when we emerged into a small clearing. The sudden absence of overhead canopy allowed sunlight to flood the space, a welcome relief from the oppressive shadows. A fallen tree provided convenient seating, and we gratefully took the opportunity to rest. "Let's have some water and a snack," I suggested, shrugging off my backpack. "Then we can decide whether to continue or head back." Rebecca nodded, retrieving our water bottles while I opened a package of trail mix. Bella refused to settle, pacing the perimeter of the clearing with her nose to the ground, occasionally freezing to stare intently into the surrounding forest. "Have you noticed there are no animal sounds?" Rebecca asked between sips of water. "No birds, no insects, nothing." Now that she mentioned it, the absence was striking. Forests typically buzz with life, the distant call of birds, the rustle of small mammals in underbrush, the constant symphony of insects. Here there was only the sound of our own breathing and the occasional snap of a twig beneath Bella's paws. "Maybe there's a predator nearby," I suggested. "Bears or mountain lions can silence an area." The thought brought little comfort. If a dangerous predator was indeed lurking nearby, our isolated position suddenly seemed far more vulnerable than adventurous. As we prepared to continue, I noticed something peculiar about the fallen tree we'd been sitting on. Unlike other deadfall in the area, this trunk bore unusual markings, a series of deep gouges running vertically along its length. They resembled claw marks, but were spaced too widely and cut too deeply to belong to any wildlife I was familiar with. "Take a look at this," I said, running my fingers along one of the grooves. "Ever seen anything like it?" Rebecca examined the markings, her expression growing increasingly troubled. "Those aren't natural," she concluded. They're too uniform. Could be from forestry equipment, I suggested, or maybe lightning struck it. Neither explanation seemed satisfactory as we studied the precise parallel channels carved into the wood. More disturbing was the realization that similar markings appeared on several trees bordering the clearing, always in groups of 3, always at approximately the same height from the ground. "Let's go," Rebecca said suddenly, her voice tight with barely contained anxiety. "I think we should head back now." I nodded in agreement, suddenly eager to return to the populated sections of the trail. As we gathered our belongings, Bella's behavior grew increasingly erratic. She circled us frantically, her tail tucked between her legs, emitting a series of short, distressed barks. The sunlight that had initially made the clearing seem like a sanctuary now felt exposing, as if we were on display for unseen observers. As we hurriedly departed, following what we hoped was the path back toward the falls, I couldn't shake the sensation of being followed, a persistent awareness of movement just beyond visual range, keeping pace with our accelerating steps. The return journey quickly proved more challenging than anticipated. What had seemed like a straightforward trail on our outward trek now presented confusing options at every turn. Faded blazes that had guided us earlier were now difficult to locate, forcing us to guess which fork to take at several junctions. "Are you sure this is the way we came?" Rebecca asked after we'd been walking for 20 minutes without recognizing any landmarks. I consulted my compass, attempting to orient ourselves. "The falls should be east of us. If we keep heading in that direction, we'll eventually intersect the main trail." Bella's behavior continued to deteriorate. Rather than leading us as she had earlier, she now insisted on staying between us, occasionally bumping against our legs as if seeking reassurance. Her ears remained flattened, and she startled at sounds I couldn't detect. "What's wrong with her?" Rebecca whispered, reaching down to stroke Bella's head. "She's picking up on our anxiety," I suggested, though I wasn't entirely convinced. Bella was normally unflappable, her training as a service dog before we adopted her having instilled remarkable composure even in stressful situations. The forest darkened noticeably as clouds gathered overhead, further reducing the already limited visibility beneath the canopy. What had been dappled shadow earlier became a murky gloom that seemed to swallow detail and distance. Shapes beyond a few yards dissolved into indistinct silhouettes that shifted and reformed with each blink. A sudden crack echoed through the trees, a sound like a heavy branch breaking under significant weight. We froze, straining to locate its source. "What was that?" Rebecca's fingers dug into my arm. "Probably deadfall," I answered, keeping my voice steady despite mounting concern. "Old trees collapse all the time." Another crack followed, closer this time, accompanied by the distinct rustle of movement through underbrush. Bella growled, a deep rumble that vibrated through her entire body. I'd never heard her make such a sound before. Primal and aggressive, entirely unlike her usual temperament. "Hello?" I called out, thinking it might be another hiker. "Is someone there?" My voice sounded thin and insignificant against the vast silence that absorbed it. No response came except another series of cracks now circling around to our left. Whatever was moving through the forest was large enough to break substantial branches and was making no effort to move quietly. "We need to go," Rebecca urged, already backing away. "Now." We abandoned any pretense of following the trail, simply moving as quickly as possible in what we hoped was the direction of the main path. The forest floor became increasingly treacherous. Hidden roots, sudden depressions, and slick patches of decomposing vegetation threatened to send us sprawling with each hurried step. The sounds continued, keeping pace with our retreat but remaining just out of sight. Occasionally, branches would sway without wind, or undergrowth would part slightly as if pushed aside by an unseen presence. Bella remained rigid, her growl giving way to whimpers of unmistakable terror. "It's hurting us," Rebecca gasped between labored breaths. "What?" "Whatever it is, it's not chasing us directly. It's steering us in a specific direction." The observation sent ice through my veins because I recognized its truth immediately. Our panicked flight wasn't random. We were being channeled along a particular route, moving deeper into unknown territory rather than back toward safety. I forced myself to stop, pulling Rebecca to a halt beside me. We need to be smarter than this, I insisted, fighting to control my racing heart. Take a breath. Let's think. The snapping and rustling ceased as soon as we stopped moving, replaced by a watchful silence that felt somehow more threatening. I retrieved the compass from my pocket with trembling fingers, determined to regain our bearings. The sun is to our west, I reasoned, trying to glimpse the fading daylight through the canopy. So the main trail and falls must be in that direction. I pointed at a right angle to our current path. That means we've been heading south, not east, Rebecca realized. We're moving parallel to the main trail, not toward it. The implication wasn't lost on either of us. Our panic had made us susceptible to manipulation, driving us precisely where we shouldn't go. With renewed determination, I changed our course, deliberately moving toward where we believed the populated trail lay. Almost immediately, the forest responded. A massive crash sounded directly in our chosen path, as if a tree had been toppled specifically to block our way. Bella barked frantically, pulling against her leash in the opposite direction. "Did you see that?" Rebecca's voice rose in pitch. "See what?" I turned to follow her gaze, but found only more shadowed forest. I thought, she swallowed hard. I thought I saw someone standing between those trees, just for a second. "Another hiker?" I asked hopefully. She shook her head slowly. "Not like any hiker I've ever seen." Before I could press for details, a new sound emerged from the gathering darkness. A low, rhythmic thudding like heavy footfalls on packed earth, approaching from behind us. Bella's resolve broke entirely. She lunged forward with such force that the leash slipped from my grasp, and she bolted into the underbrush ahead. "Bella!" I shouted, lunging ineffectually after her. "Look!" Rebecca pointed to where our dog had disappeared. Through the vegetation, barely visible in the fading light, was a narrow opening in the hillside, a natural crevice between two boulders that widened at the bottom to form what appeared to be a passage. "She went in there," Rebecca said, already moving forward. "We need to find her." The footfalls behind us grew louder, accompanied now by a faint sound that raised the hair on my neck. A wet, clicking noise like mandibles or teeth repeatedly opening and closing. With little choice remaining, I followed Rebecca toward the rocky opening, hoping it would provide temporary shelter while we composed ourselves. The space between the boulders was tight but passable, requiring us to turn sideways and shuffle carefully to avoid scraping against the rough stone. Beyond the entrance, the passage widened into what I initially took to be a shallow cave, but quickly realized was something far more disturbing. A tunnel excavated into the hillside, its walls too smooth and ceiling too regularly arched to be natural. "This isn't right," I whispered, instinctively reaching for Rebecca's hand. "This shouldn't be here." Ahead of us, Bella's whimpering echoed from the darkness, drawing us reluctantly forward into the unknown depths of what was clearly not a natural formation, but something deliberately constructed in the heart of the wilderness. The tunnel extended approximately 30 feet into the hillside before opening into a chamber roughly the size of a small classroom. My flashlight revealed walls composed of tightly packed soil, reinforced with a lattice of roots and what appeared to be animal bones. The floor was unnervingly level, packed hard by what must have been years of use. "What is this place?" Rebecca's voice wavered as she swept her own light across the disturbing scene. The beam illuminated the far wall, where crude symbols had been carved into the packed earth, angular designs and spiraling patterns that bore no resemblance to any language or pictograms I recognized. They seemed to pulse slightly in the moving light, creating an illusion of subtle movement that made my vision swim if I focused too long. Bella huddled in a corner, her entire body shaking. When I approached, she pressed herself harder against the wall rather than coming to my side as she normally would. Her eyes, reflecting the flashlight beam, showed an animal terror that transcended ordinary fear. "Something's been living here," Rebecca whispered, pointing to a depression in the center of the chamber. The indentation resembled a nest of sorts, lined with materials that turned my stomach. Fragments of clothing in various states of decay, clumps of what appeared to be human hair, and animal remains in advanced stages of decomposition. The smell, which had been masked by the earthy scent of the tunnel, now hit me fully, a putrid mixture of rot and something musky and animal. "We need to leave," I said, backing toward the entrance. "Now." A sound from the tunnel froze us in place, the scrape of something heavy moving through the narrow passage, blocking our only exit. Bella's whimpering intensified, and she attempted to dig into the earthen wall as if seeking an alternate escape route. In desperate silence, we extinguished our flashlights and pressed ourselves against the chamber wall, hoping whatever approached might miss us in the darkness. My hand found Rebecca's, our fingers interlocking in a grip so tight it bordered on painful. The scraping continued, punctuated by the wet clicking sound we'd heard in the forest. It grew louder, then stopped abruptly at the chamber entrance. In the absolute darkness, I could see nothing, but other senses compensated with terrifying clarity. I could hear labored breathing, not the panting of an animal, but something deliberate and controlled. I could smell a new odor beneath the chamber's existing stench, a sharp, acrid scent like ammonia mixed with something metallic. Rebecca's nails dug into my palm as something entered the chamber. Though I couldn't see it, I felt its presence as a pressure change in the air, a displacement that suggested considerable size. It moved with deliberate slowness, circling the central depression. The clicking sound started again, now accompanied by a low vibration that I felt through the soles of my boots. My lungs burned with the effort of silent breathing. Every instinct screamed to run, but rational thought insisted that movement meant certain death. Beside me, Rebecca trembled uncontrollably, and I feared her fear might betray our position. The presence completed its circuit of the nest and paused. Though I could see nothing in the blackness, I knew with absolute certainty that it had turned in our direction. The breathing changed, becoming deeper and more rapid. The clicking accelerated to a continuous rattling that reminded me horribly of excitement or anticipation. It took a step toward us, a heavy, shuffling movement that revealed it was bipedal. Another step followed, then another, each bringing it closer to our position against the wall. The ammonia smell intensified until it burned my nostrils and throat. In that moment of overwhelming terror, my survival instinct finally overrode paralysis. With my free hand, I reached into my pocket and retrieved the emergency flare I always carried on hikes. In a single motion, I struck the cap against the ignition strip and threw it toward the center of the room. The flare erupted in brilliant red light that flooded the chamber, temporarily blinding me after the intense darkness. As my vision adjusted, I caught only glimpses of what stood merely feet away, a hunched figure significantly taller than myself, covered in what appeared to be ragged clothing or some form of matted fur. Its face remained mercifully in shadow, but I saw enough to know it was neither human nor any recognized animal. The creature recoiled from the sudden light, emitting a shrill, keening sound that pierced through my skull like a physical pain. It stumbled backward, arms raised to shield itself from the flare's harsh illumination. "Run!" I shouted, pulling Rebecca toward the tunnel entrance. The creature lunged for us, but misjudged in its light-blinded state, crashing into the wall where we had stood moments before. We scrambled into the narrow passage, the sounds of pursuit close behind as we navigated the confined space. Bella had bolted ahead of us, her survival instinct overcoming her earlier paralysis. I could hear her panicked breathing as she led our desperate escape back toward the forest and what we could only hope was safety. We burst from the tunnel into deepening twilight, our lungs burning with exertion and fear. The forest around us had transformed in our absence, the already dim light now reduced to a murky haze that rendered the surrounding trees as little more than looming silhouettes. Bella raced ahead, no longer needing the leash to keep her on course as she instinctively sought the direction of safety. Behind us, the keening sound from the tunnel changed to something more guttural, a series of barking coughs that echoed through the trees and seemed to come from multiple directions simultaneously. Whatever pursued us was either communicating with others of its kind or possessed the ability to project its voice in a way that created the illusion of numbers. "Don't look back," I gasped to Rebecca as we stumbled through underbrush, branches whipping at our faces and exposed skin. "Just keep moving." The terrain sloped downward, which I took as a positive sign. The falls and main trail lay at a lower elevation than the isolated path we'd followed earlier. Our headlong flight precluded any attempt at navigation beyond this basic understanding. We simply followed Bella, trusting her instinct and superior senses to guide us toward human presence. A crash sounded to our right, much closer than expected. Something large was moving parallel to our course, occasionally visible as a dark shape darting between trees. Another crash echoed from our left, confirming my worst fear. We were being flanked. "They're trying to cut us off," Rebecca realized, her voice breaking with exhaustion and terror. The forest opened slightly ahead, revealing a shallow creek bed that cut through the hillside. Without hesitation, Bella plunged into the knee-deep water and began splashing downstream. I followed her reasoning immediately. Water would mask our scent and potentially slow our pursuers. "This way," I urged, pulling Rebecca into the frigid current. We waded as quickly as possible, fighting against slippery rocks and the water's resistance. The creek bent sharply around a hillside, and as we rounded the curve, I heard Rebecca gasp. Ahead, the waterway dropped away into a series of steep cascades that eventually rejoined the main falls far below. "We can't go down that," she protested, tugging against my grip. "And we can't go back," I countered, gesturing at the forest behind us where movement was now clearly visible, dark shapes converging on our position from multiple directions. Desperate, I scanned our surroundings for alternatives. On the opposite bank, partially concealed by overhanging vegetation, was what appeared to be a game trail cutting diagonally across the hillside. "There," I pointed. "If we can reach that path, it might lead back to the main trail." We pushed through deepening water toward the far bank, the current growing stronger as we approached the point where the creek began its descent. Bella had already scrambled up the muddy embankment and stood waiting, her hackles raised as she stared back at the forest we'd fled. The clicking sounds intensified, now accompanied by splashing as our pursuers entered the water upstream. I boosted Rebecca onto the bank, then pulled myself up with muscles burning from prolonged exertion. The path was barely visible, a slight depression in the undergrowth that wound between trees and around boulder outcroppings. We moved as quickly as the difficult terrain allowed, constantly scanning ahead for signs of the main trail, while fighting the impulse to look back at what followed. Bella suddenly accelerated, her behavior shifting from fear to purpose as she detected something ahead. "I think she's found the trail," I said, allowing hope to enter my voice for the first time in what felt like hours. The game path widened slightly, showing signs of more frequent use. Through gaps in the trees below, I caught glimpses of what might have been the main waterfall, though distance and failing light made certainty impossible. A familiar sound reached us. Voices, human voices, carried faintly on the evening air. Rebecca nearly sobbed with relief, increasing her pace despite obvious exhaustion. We were close now, perhaps only a few hundred yards from the populated trail, where rangers and other hikers would provide safety in numbers. The forest behind us erupted with activity, branches breaking, undergrowth being trampled, and the now familiar keening rising to a frenzied pitch. Our pursuers had abandoned stealth for speed, making a final desperate attempt to intercept us before we reached safety. "We're not going to make it," Rebecca gasped, stumbling on a protruding root. I caught her before she fell, practically dragging her forward as Bella circled back to us, barking urgently. "We have to," I insisted. "Just a little further." The path bent around a massive cedar, and suddenly we were there. The main trail stretched before us, wide and well-maintained compared to the wilderness we'd traversed. In the distance, perhaps a quarter-mile downhill, flashlights bobbed as late hikers made their way back toward the parking area. "Help!" I shouted, my voice cracking with strain. "Can anyone hear us? We need help!" The distant figures paused, lights swinging in our direction. A voice called back, though the words were indistinguishable at this range. It didn't matter. They had heard us, seen us. We were no longer alone. Behind us, at the edge of where the game trail met the main path, the forest went suddenly, completely silent. The pursuit, so frenzied moments before, ceased as if a switch had been flipped. I risked a glance back and saw nothing but darkening trees, the boundary between maintained trail and wilderness now seeming like a physical barrier our pursuers would not cross. Bella's posture relaxed slightly, though she continued to stare vigilantly at the forest edge as figures with flashlights made their way up the trail toward us. I sank to my knees, pulling Rebecca down beside me. both of us gasping for breath as the first wave of relief washed over us. "We made it," she whispered, tears streaming down her dirt-streaked face. We actually made it out. But even as rescue approached in the form of concerned hikers and a uniformed park ranger, I couldn't shake the sensation that we weren't truly safe, that we had merely been granted a temporary reprieve. The forest loomed behind us, its secrets intact, its inhabitants merely retreating rather than defeated. Whatever dwelled in those depths had allowed us to escape. And somehow, that thought was more terrifying than the pursuit itself. The ranger's name was Watkins, a weathered man in his 50s with a perpetual furrow between his brows that deepened as we recounted our experience. He listened without interruption as we described becoming lost on the upper trail and the strange tunnel we'd discovered. I deliberately omitted details about what we'd seen inside, mentioning only that we'd been chased by something we couldn't clearly identify. "Probably a black bear," he suggested, making notes in a small waterproof book. "They're common in this area, though usually not aggressive unless you stumble near cubs." I exchanged glances with Rebecca, neither of us willing to challenge this comfortable explanation in front of the small crowd of hikers that had gathered around us. Bella, usually friendly with strangers, remained unusually subdued, pressing against my legs and flinching at every sound from the surrounding forest. "You folks are lucky," Watkins continued, closing his notebook. "We get at least 3 or 4 search and rescue operations every season for hikers who stray from marked trails. Not all of them end this well." His radio crackled with a request for his location, and he stepped away to respond, leaving us with the group of hikers who had been first to reach us. They offered water and energy bars, which we accepted gratefully. Their normalcy, their casual conversation and good-natured jokes about our bedraggled appearance felt surreal after what we'd experienced. "The trails up there aren't well maintained anymore," an older man commented, gesturing toward the higher elevations. "Park Service closed most of them after the incidents in the 90s. My attention snapped to him. "What incidents?" He seemed surprised by my intensity. "You didn't know?" "A series of disappearances back in 97 and 98. Hikers vanishing from the upper trails never found. They officially blamed it on a rogue cougar, but..." He shrugged. A lot of locals never bought that explanation. "Why not?" Rebecca asked, her voice barely audible. "Cougars don't take personal belongings," the man replied simply. "And they certainly don't stack their victims' gear in neat piles, arranged in circles in the middle of clearings." My skin prickled as I recalled the strange markings we'd seen on trees around the clearing where we'd rested. Before I could ask further questions, Ranger Watkins returned, ending the conversation with his official presence. "I've called ahead to the station," he informed us. "There'll be a medical technician waiting to check you over. Standard procedure for lost hikers." "We weren't exactly lost," I began, but Rebecca squeezed my arm in warning. "Thank you," she said to Watkins. "We appreciate it." The descent to the trailhead seemed to take hours, though my watch indicated barely 40 minutes had passed. Darkness had fallen completely, and the forest pressed close on either side of the illuminated path. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every shift of branches overhead made me tense, expecting to see those dark shapes moving parallel to our course. Bella remained hyper-vigilant, occasionally stopping to stare intently into particularly dense sections of forest before reluctantly continuing forward. Her behavior did not go unnoticed by Ranger Watkins. "Your dog seems pretty spooked," he observed. "They usually sense things before we do." "She's been through a lot today," I deflected, urging Bella forward with gentle pressure on her leash. As promised, a medical technician waited at the ranger station, a young woman who efficiently checked our vital signs and examined the various cuts and scrapes we'd accumulated during our flight through the forest. Satisfied that we required no immediate medical attention, she recommended rest and plenty of fluids. Throughout this process, I noticed Ranger Watkins engaged in low conversation with another uniformed officer who had arrived while we were being examined. They occasionally glanced in our direction, their expressions unreadable in the harsh fluorescent lighting of the station. Eventually, Watkins approached us with a clipboard containing standard forms documenting our experience. As I completed the paperwork, He cleared his throat uncomfortably. I need to ask, this tunnel you mentioned, could you describe its location more specifically? Something in his tone made me hesitate. It was off the upper trail, near a small clearing with unusually marked trees. Why? He exchanged glances with his colleague before responding. We need to investigate any potentially unsafe features in the park. Natural tunnels or caves can collapse, posing dangers to hikers. It wasn't natural, Rebecca stated flatly, her earlier caution apparently abandoned. Someone or something made it. Watkins's expression remained carefully neutral. Old mining operations existed throughout these hills before the area became a state park. What you found was likely an abandoned prospect tunnel. It had symbols carved into the walls, I added, studying his reaction. And there were remains inside. The second ranger stepped forward. Animal remains are common in sheltered areas. Predators often drag kills to protected locations to feed. Their coordinated response felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation before with other hikers who'd stumbled upon similar discoveries. Before I could press further, Watkins closed the conversation decisively. We appreciate your report and are glad you made it back safely. The upper trails will be temporarily closed for maintenance while we investigate. As we prepared to leave, the older hiker who had mentioned the disappearances approached us in the parking lot. He glanced toward the ranger station before speaking in a lowered voice. They won't find anything, you know. They never do. What do you mean? I asked. Whatever you saw up there, whatever chased you, it knows how to hide its traces. Been happening for generations. He handed me a worn business card with a local phone number. If you want to know more, there's a group of us who've had similar experiences. We meet monthly. Before I could respond, he walked away, disappearing into the darkness beyond the lot's perimeter lighting. I pocketed the card without examining it further, suddenly eager to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and Cascade Falls. The drive home passed in near-complete silence, both of us lost in our thoughts. Bella eventually succumbed to exhaustion in the back seat, though her sleep was fitful, punctuated by whimpers and twitching legs as she relived the day's trauma in canine dreams. As headlights illuminated the familiar streets of our neighborhood, Rebecca finally spoke. We can't tell anyone else about this, she said quietly. Not the details anyway. I nodded, understanding her reasoning without explanation. The rational world had no framework for what we'd experienced. To share it would invite disbelief at best, concern for our mental health at worst. Yet as we pulled into our driveway, I couldn't escape the sensation that our return to normalcy was an illusion, that we had brought something back with us from those shadowed hills. Not a physical presence, but an awareness of something that existed beyond the boundaries of ordinary human experience. That awareness felt like a burden, knowledge that could never be unlearned or comfortably integrated into daily life. And worse, a growing certainty that what we had encountered was not finished with us, that our escape had been merely the opening chapter of a longer, darker narrative yet to unfold. 3 weeks passed with surprising normalcy. We returned to work, engaged in routine social activities, and gradually the physical evidence of our ordeal faded. The scratches healed, the bruises yellowed and disappeared. Only Bella's behavior remained persistently altered. She refused to enter certain rooms alone, particularly our basement office where the lighting was similar to the forest's dimness. She barked at shadows that slid across our bedroom wall at night and wedged herself between us in bed, something she had never done before. I found myself unable to discard the business card the older hiker had given me. It sat on my nightstand, a tangible reminder that we were not alone in our experience. The number remained uncalled, yet I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, as if doing so would somehow invalidate what had happened to us. Rebecca rarely spoke about that day, though I occasionally caught her staring into the distance, her expression haunted by memories she couldn't share with friends or colleagues. Our relationship became simultaneously closer and more isolated, bound by shared trauma, yet separated from others by the impossibility of articulating our experience. Sleep became problematic for both of us. I found myself waking at odd hours, convinced I'd heard the distinctive clicking sound from the forest. Rebecca experienced recurring nightmares that left her gasping and disoriented, though she refused to describe their content beyond saying, "It's still chasing us." On the surface, we functioned. Beneath, we were unraveling. The breaking point came unexpectedly. While sorting through hiking gear we hadn't touched since that day, I discovered something lodged in the treads of my boots. A small, oddly shaped object that initially resembled a stone or twig. Closer examination revealed it to be neither. The object, approximately the size of a guitar pick, appeared to be carved from bone. One surface bore markings similar to those we'd seen in the underground chamber. I showed it to Rebecca that evening, placing it carefully on our kitchen table. She stared at it with growing horror, then abruptly pushed back her chair. "Burn it," she said, her voice shaking. "Or bury it. I don't care which, but get it out of our house." "It might be evidence of—" "Evidence of what?" she interrupted. "What exactly do you think this proves? That we weren't imagining things? We know what happened to us, but no one else will ever believe it." "The group that man mentioned might," I suggested. "Other people have seen what we saw, experienced what we experienced." Rebecca's expression hardened. "And what good has it done them? Are they any less traumatized? Has anyone taken their accounts seriously?" I had no answer for that. She continued more softly. "I need to move forward. We need to move forward. Not dwell on this or seek validation from strangers." That night, I stood in our backyard with the bone fragment and a metal trash can. I struck a match, watching the small flame flicker in the evening breeze before dropping it onto the kindling I'd arranged. As the fire caught and grew, I held the fragment over the flames, expecting to feel some sense of closure or relief when it was gone. Instead, I hesitated. Something about destroying this tangible connection to our experience felt wrong, not morally but pragmatically. As if in erasing the evidence, we would somehow become more vulnerable rather than less. In that moment of indecision, Bella began barking frantically from inside the house. Not her usual alert bark at passing delivery trucks or neighborhood cats, but the same terrified sound she'd made in the forest. Through the kitchen window, I could see her pressed against the glass, her entire body rigid with alarm as she stared not at me, but at something beyond me in the darkness at the edge of our property. I turned slowly, the bone fragment still clutched in my hand. The yard appeared empty. The boundary where maintained lawn met the beginning of woods revealed nothing unusual in the dim illumination from our porch light. Yet as I stared, I became aware of a subtle wrongness, a section of shadow that seemed deeper than it should be, more defined in its edges against the surrounding darkness. As I watched, the shadow shifted slightly, not moving location, but somehow adjusting its dimensions, becoming more solid and less easily dismissed as imagination. The familiar clicking sound emerged from that concentrated darkness, faint but unmistakable. I backed toward the house, the fire forgotten, the bone fragment now slick with sweat in my clenched fist. When my shoulder blades touched the back door, I fumbled blindly for the handle, unwilling to take my eyes from the darkness that now seemed to be gradually expanding toward me. Inside, Rebecca stood frozen in the kitchen, her face pale as she watched Bella's frantic reaction to whatever lurked outside. When I burst through the door, slamming and locking it behind me, she didn't ask questions. She simply moved to close all the curtains and blinds while I checked that every entrance to our home was secured. We spent that night huddled in our bedroom with Bella between us, listening to subtle sounds of movement around the perimeter of our house. Soft scraping against siding, gentle pressure testing windows and doors. By morning, the sounds had ceased, and daylight revealed no evidence of any visitor. No footprints in the soft earth of our garden beds, no scratches on doors or window frames. Only the trash can in the backyard showed any sign of disturbance, tipped over, its contents scattered, the fire long extinguished. The bone fragment was gone. That afternoon, I finally called the number on the business card. A woman's voice answered on the third ring, neither greeting me nor identifying herself. I hesitated, suddenly uncertain what to say. "I found your group's contact information at Cascade Falls," I began awkwardly. "My wife and I had an experience there a few weeks ago." "What trail?" the woman asked without preamble. The upper trail, beyond the main falls. We found a tunnel. A long silence followed before she responded. First meeting is just you. No spouse, no friends, no recording devices. We'll text you the location after we verify you're alone. Verify how? I asked, but the line had already gone dead. I told Rebecca about the call that evening. She listened without interruption, then asked simply, "Are you going?" "I think I have to," I replied. Whatever this is, it didn't end when we left the forest. It followed us home. We need to understand what we're dealing with. She nodded slowly. Just be careful. Remember that trauma can make people believe all kinds of explanations that might not be true. The meeting was scheduled for the following evening at a location I would receive only an hour before the appointed time. As instructed, I went alone, driving to an unremarkable coffee shop in a neighboring town where only 3 other people waited: the older hiker from the park, a middle-aged woman with a prominent scar across her left cheek, and a younger man whose hands trembled slightly as he clutched his coffee cup. Our conversation lasted nearly 3 hours. They shared their own encounters, each story containing elements that resonated with our experience. The unnatural silence, the strange markings, the sensation of being herded rather than directly pursued. The woman, Carol, had actually seen one of the creatures clearly during daylight hours while conducting botanical research in the area 5 years earlier. Her description matched the glimpse I'd caught in the tunnel: unnaturally tall, covered in what she described as fibrous material that wasn't quite fur or clothing, and possessing abnormally long limbs with too many joints. "They've been there as long as there have been historical records of the area," the older man, who introduced himself as Howard, explained. "Native tribes avoided those hills entirely. Early settlers reported encounters but were largely disbelieved." "What are they?" I asked, though I wasn't certain I wanted an answer. "We don't know exactly," Carol replied, "but they're intelligent, territorial, and apparently capable of limited communication with each other. They could easily eliminate anyone who ventures into their territory, but they don't always choose to. It's more like they're studying us." "Testing boundaries," the younger man, Peter, added, "learning our capabilities and limitations." "Why hasn't anyone documented this?" I pressed. "In an age of smartphones and constant documentation, how is this not widely known?" Howard smiled grimly. "Think about it. Would you have believed any of this 3 months ago? Would you have accepted an account like yours from a stranger? Or would you have dismissed it as delusion, hallucination, or hoax?" He had a point. Even now, part of me searched for rational explanations, despite having experienced the encounter firsthand. The human mind resists information that fundamentally challenges its understanding of reality. "There's something else you should know," Carol said, her voice dropping lower. "Once you've encountered them, once they've become aware of you individually, they don't lose interest. They'll find you eventually, wherever you go." "What do you mean?" I asked, though the bone fragment's disappearance had already suggested the answer. "They mark their subjects," Peter explained. "Sometimes physically, sometimes through means we don't understand. But they can track those they've interacted with across surprising distances." "How do you know this?" Carol pulled back her sleeve, revealing a series of parallel scars identical to the markings we'd seen on trees in the forest. "Because we've all tried to run," she said simply, "and they've all found us, no matter where we've hidden." I left the meeting with more questions than answers, and a growing sense that our encounter at Cascade Falls had not been random chance but the beginning of something we didn't yet understand. The group had offered no solutions, only commiseration and the cold comfort that we were not alone in our experience. Driving home through darkened streets, I found myself checking the rearview mirror with increasing frequency, unable to shake the sensation of being followed. The rational part of my mind attributed this to heightened anxiety after the meeting's disturbing revelations. The newly awakened part that had experienced the impossible refused to dismiss the feeling so easily. As I pulled into our driveway, the headlights swept across our front yard, briefly illuminating the edge where manicured lawn met the beginning of woodland. In that momentary flash of light, I caught a glimpse of something that shouldn't have been there. A tall, angular figure standing motionless among the trees. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me questioning whether I'd actually seen anything at all. Inside, Rebecca waited with Bella at her side. One look at my expression told her everything she needed to know about the meeting. "They're still watching us, aren't they?" she asked quietly. I nodded, unable to soften this reality with comforting lies. The group believes they mark certain people for ongoing observation. That once they've identified someone of interest, they don't simply let them go. What do we do? It was the question I'd been dreading because I had no satisfactory answer. The group's members had been living with this reality for years, adapting to occasional encounters and unexplained phenomena without finding any permanent resolution. "We stay vigilant," I said finally. "We document everything, compare notes with others who've had similar experiences, and we don't hike in unfamiliar forests anymore." Rebecca attempted a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "So we just live with this? Accept that there are things in the world beyond normal understanding, and some of them have taken an interest in us?" "For now," I agreed, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. That night, as we prepared for bed, Bella's head suddenly lifted from her paws, ears pricked forward in alert attention. She rose slowly, moving to the bedroom window that overlooked our backyard. A low growl built in her throat as she stared into the darkness beyond the glass. Rebecca and I exchanged glances, neither of us willing to look and confirm what we already knew, that something waited in the shadows, watching and assessing. Something patient and methodical that operated according to its own incomprehensible agenda. Something that had followed us from the wilderness into the supposed safety of civilization, blurring the boundaries we had always trusted to separate humanity from the unknown. We turned off the lights and lay in darkness, listening to Bella's continued growls and the almost imperceptible sounds of movement outside our home. Neither of us spoke the truth we both understood. This was not the end of our story, but merely a pause between chapters in an ongoing narrative we had never asked to join but could not escape. In the morning, we would again pretend normalcy. We would go to work, interact with colleagues, maintain the comforting fiction that the world operates according to known rules and predictable patterns. But in quiet moments, when shadows deepened and the veil between ordinary reality and something else grew thin, we would remember what lurked beyond that boundary and know with terrible certainty that it remembered us as well. The manila envelope arrived on a Tuesday, unexpected and oddly thick with official-looking documents bearing the embossed letterhead of Blackwater County Records Office. I'd been sorting through bills at my kitchen table when I found it buried beneath advertisements and credit card offers. My name was typed precisely on the front, no errors, no hesitation in the clean black letters. Inside was a deed and a letter from a law firm I'd never heard of, Morrison, Langley and Associates. According to the documents, I'd inherited a property from a distant great-uncle I barely remembered meeting as a child. His name was Samuel Redpath, and he'd apparently owned 5 acres of woodland with a cabin near Blackwater Lake, tucked deep in the remote wilderness nearly 4 hours from the nearest major city. As the last surviving relative of Samuel Redpath, the letter read, "You are now the legal owner of the property located at 1572 Old Forest Road, including all structures and personal effects therein." I vaguely remembered Uncle Sam, a weathered man with leathery skin who'd visited once when I was maybe 7 or 8. He'd brought me a carved wooden fox and told stories about living alone in the woods. My parents had exchanged uncomfortable glances throughout his visit, and after he left, I never saw him again. When I asked about him years later, my mother had simply said, "He prefers his solitude." Now, 20 years later, his solitude had somehow led to me inheriting a cabin I'd never seen in a place I'd never been. The lawyer's letter explained that property taxes were paid up for the next 3 years from my uncle's estate, but the cabin had been unoccupied for nearly 8 months since his death. There were concerns about deterioration and potential squatters, so a prompt inspection was recommended. "What am I supposed to do with a cabin in the middle of nowhere?" I asked my empty apartment. 3 days later, I found myself driving down increasingly narrow roads, my sedan struggling with the uneven terrain as civilization gradually disappeared in my rearview mirror. I'd packed enough supplies for a long weekend: food, clothes, a first aid kit, and basic tools. The plan was simple: inspect the property, take pictures for an eventual sale listing, gather anything of value, and return to my normal life. The last 10 miles were on a dirt road barely wide enough for my car. Thick forest pressed in from both sides, branches occasionally scraping against the windows like desperate fingers. The late afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy in scattered beams, creating an unsettling play of light and shadow across the dashboard. When I finally reached the turnoff for Old Forest Road, I almost missed it. A weathered wooden post marked the entrance, the address numbers faded but still legible. The road itself was little more than 2 ruts cutting through underbrush and around massive pine trees. I inched my car forward, wincing at every scrape against the undercarriage. After nearly half a mile of this punishment, the forest suddenly opened into a small clearing. And there it stood, a simple log cabin with a sloped roof, a stone chimney on one side, and a small covered porch across the front. Beyond it, through a gap in the trees, I caught a glimpse of sunlight reflecting off water. Blackwater Lake. The cabin looked solid, but neglected. Moss grew along the north-facing wall, and dead leaves had piled against the foundation. The windows were intact but grimy, preventing any clear view of the interior. A padlock secured the front door, for which I had been provided a key. I parked, stepped out, and was immediately struck by the silence. No traffic noise, no human voices, not even the distant hum of electrical lines. Just the whisper of pine needles in the breeze and occasional bird calls echoing through the trees. As I approached the cabin, a faint, musty smell grew stronger, the scent of a place long closed up. The porch steps creaked under my weight, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet clearing. The key turned stiffly in the padlock, and I had to push hard against the door as it scraped across the wooden floor. Inside, dust motes danced in the shafts of late afternoon light. The cabin was a single large room with a small kitchen area to one side, a stone fireplace opposite, and doors leading to what I assumed were a bedroom and bathroom. Rustic furniture, a wooden table, 2 chairs, a sagging couch, and a rocking chair were arranged practically. Bookshelves lined one wall, crammed with worn volumes. A layer of dust covered everything. But what caught my attention were the walls. Every available space was covered with drawings, maps, newspaper clippings, and handwritten notes. At first glance, they seemed to be wildlife observations, sketches of animal tracks, migration patterns, seasonal behaviors. But as I looked closer, I realized they all focused on one subject. In the center of the main wall, surrounded by all the other papers, was a large, detailed drawing of a massive, ape-like creature standing upright among trees. The word Wahila was written beneath it in bold letters. I stepped closer, examining the meticulous sketches of footprints with measurements noted beside them. Some were over 16 inches long. Newspaper clippings with headlines like "Hikers Report Strange Encounter" and "Unexplained Sounds Puzzle Forest Service" were pinned nearby. A leather-bound journal sat on the table. I opened it to find my uncle's cramped handwriting filling page after page, dating back nearly 30 years. Flipping to the final entry, dated just days before his death, I read, "It's watching the cabin again. 3rd night in a row. Won't respond to calls but doesn't retreat either. Something's different this time. More aggressive. Less afraid. I've lived here in peace for decades, but now I sense it wants me gone." A chill ran through me despite the stuffy air. I closed the journal and looked again at the drawing of the creature. My uncle had clearly been obsessed, perhaps delusional in his isolation. Yet something about the methodical nature of his notes and the precision of his drawings suggested a man documenting reality, not fantasy. I continued exploring, finding the bedroom equally cluttered with books and papers. The bathroom was basic but functional, with a shower stall, toilet, and sink. To my relief, when I tested the faucet, water sputtered, then flowed, apparently fed by a well system with an electric pump. The electricity worked too, though the single bulbs in each room cast weak, yellowish light. As I wandered back to the main room, the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the windows. I would need to unpack my car before it got completely dark. As I turned toward the door, a movement outside the window caught my eye. Just a flash of something large moving between trees at the edge of the clearing. Probably a deer, I thought, though the rational explanation did nothing to calm my suddenly racing heart. I quickly retrieved my supplies from the car, making 3 trips to bring everything inside. With each venture outdoors, the forest seemed to grow darker and closer. The sounds changed too. The daytime birds falling silent, replaced by the hoots of owls and rustling in the underbrush. Back inside, I locked the door and lit the kerosene lamp I'd found on a shelf, adding its warm glow to the dim electric lights. I brushed dust from the table and chairs and unpacked some food for a simple dinner. As I ate, I couldn't help but glance repeatedly at my uncle's wall of obsession and the leather journal that documented his descent into paranoia. Or had it been paranoia? The cabin creaked and settled as night fully claimed the forest. Outside, the darkness was absolute. No streetlights, no neighboring houses, nothing but blackness beyond the windows that now reflected the interior of the cabin like mirrors. I should have felt tired after the long drive, but instead I felt a growing restlessness. Something about this place, my uncle's research, the isolation, the primal darkness outside, had gotten under my skin. I picked up the journal again and began reading from the beginning, hoping to understand what had happened to Samuel Redpath in his final days. The early entries were mundane observations about wildlife and weather, interspersed with practical notes about cabin maintenance. But about 15 years ago, the tone changed. He began documenting strange sounds in the night, wood knocks and howls unlike any known animal. Then footprints appeared around the property, massive human-like prints that couldn't be explained away. Page after page, detailed encounters and evidence, building a disturbing picture of something large and intelligent lurking in the forest surrounding the cabin. My uncle had become convinced he was sharing the woods with a creature known in Native American folklore as the Wahila, a spirit being that walked between worlds, sometimes appearing as a massive wolf-like creature, sometimes as an ape-like human. I was so absorbed in reading that the sudden crack from outside made me jump. It sounded like a branch breaking, a large one. I froze, listening intently. Another crack, closer to the cabin. Then another. Something was moving methodically around the perimeter of the clearing, circling the cabin. I switched off the lamp and the electric lights, plunging the interior into darkness so I could see outside. Pressing my face to the window, I strained to detect any movement in the moonless night. For a long moment, nothing. Then, at the edge of the trees, something shifted. A deeper darkness within the dark. Something massive and upright moved slowly between 2 pines, pausing as if sensing my observation. My breath fogged the glass and I instinctively stepped back. When I looked again, whatever I'd seen, if I'd seen anything at all, was gone. Sleep came fitfully that night in my uncle's musty bed. My dreams were filled with shambling shapes just beyond my vision and the sensation of being watched. I woke several times, certain I had heard something moving outside, but dawn eventually came without incident. In the clear light of morning, last night's fears seemed foolish. I made coffee using the old percolator on the propane stove and stepped onto the porch to breathe the crisp forest air. That's when I saw them, a line of massive footprints cutting across the clearing, passing within yards of the cabin's front door. They led from the forest edge on one side to the forest edge on the other, as if something had walked straight through the property while I slept. I approached the nearest print cautiously. It was huge, at least 16 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. The impression was deep, suggesting whatever made it was extraordinarily heavy. I placed my own foot beside it for comparison and felt a wave of dizziness at the difference in size. Following the tracks with my eyes, I noticed they led in the direction of the lake. According to the property map I'd been sent, the shoreline was only about a quarter mile from the cabin through the woods. Perhaps exploring the entire property would give me a better understanding of what I was dealing with. I returned to the cabin, dressed in hiking clothes, filled a water bottle, and pocketed the small digital camera I'd brought to document the property. After a moment's hesitation, I also took the heavy flashlight I'd packed, both for seeing in dark corners and, if necessary, as a weapon. The path to the lake was overgrown, but still visible, winding between ancient pines and dense undergrowth. Birds called overhead, and occasionally small animals rustled in the bushes, fleeing my approach. It was beautiful in the morning light, making last night's fears seem absurd. The trees thinned as I approached the lake, revealing a breathtaking view. Blackwater Lake stretched out before me, mist rising from its dark surface in the morning sun. The water was so still it perfectly mirrored the surrounding forest and distant mountains. Near the shoreline stood another structure, smaller than the cabin, more like a shed or workshop. It wasn't mentioned in any of the property documents, and curiosity drew me closer. Unlike the main cabin, this building was in poor condition. The roof had partially collapsed on one side, and the door hung askew from rusted hinges. I approached cautiously, testing the wooden platform it stood on before stepping up. The interior was dim, but enough light filtered through gaps in the walls to reveal a cluttered space. Old fishing gear hung from hooks, and tools lined a workbench against one wall. But what dominated the space was a large map spread across a central table, weighed down at the corners with stones. It was a detailed topographical map of the surrounding wilderness, far more precise than anything in the property documents. Red X marks dotted the landscape, concentrated in certain areas, with dates written beside them. Notes in my uncle's handwriting filled the margins, observations, measurements, and theories. In one corner of the map, partially hidden by a stone, was a yellowed newspaper clipping. I carefully moved the stone to read the faded headline: 3 hikers missing in Blackwater Wilderness. The date was from 17 years ago. As I leaned closer to read the article, a board creaked behind me. I whirled around to find the doorway empty, but with the distinct feeling I was being watched. Through the gaps in the walls, I could see nothing but trees and glimpses of the lake shore. I quickly photographed the map and the newspaper clipping, then stepped back outside. The morning had advanced, burning off most of the mist from the lake. In the distance, a fish jumped, sending ripples across the otherwise mirror-like surface. I followed the shoreline for a while, taking pictures of the property from different angles. According to the map, my uncle's land included about 300 feet of lake frontage, valuable real estate that would significantly increase the property's worth when I eventually sold it. As I walked, I noticed something unusual about a quarter-mile down the shore, a place where the natural rock formation created a small, sheltered cove. From a distance, it looked like there might be another structure there, perhaps a boathouse. I picked my way over the rocky shoreline toward it. What I found wasn't a boathouse but a cave, a natural opening in the rock face, its entrance partially hidden by hanging vines. It was large enough to walk into without stooping, and the smooth stone floor suggested water had once flowed through it. I hesitated at the entrance. Without knowing how deep it went, entering alone seemed foolish. Yet curiosity pulled at me. I compromised by switching on my flashlight and illuminating as much of the interior as I could from the entrance. The beam caught something reflective about 20 feet in, something that didn't belong in a natural cave. I took a few cautious steps inside, keeping my back to the wall and the exit in sight. The reflective object was a metal box, a storage container like those used by the military, with a heavy-duty latch. Beside it lay a coil of rope, a pickaxe, and what looked like camping gear. Someone had been using this cave, and recently there was little dust on the equipment. Had my uncle set this up as some kind of observation post? Or was someone else using the cave? A sudden splash from the lake outside startled me. I turned quickly, banging my shoulder against the cave wall. When I looked back toward the entrance, a silhouette briefly blocked the light, something large moving past the cave mouth. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding. The flashlight beam trembled in my hand as I pointed it toward the entrance. Nothing there. I waited, listening. Only the gentle lapping of water against the shore and my own ragged breathing disturbed the silence. After what felt like an eternity, I edged toward the entrance and cautiously peered out. The shoreline was empty in both directions. Whatever I'd seen, if I'd seen anything at all, was gone. I hurried back to the cabin, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The forest that had seemed so peaceful that morning now felt oppressive, the shadows between trees concealing unknown threats. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf made me flinch. When I finally reached the clearing, I was surprised to find my fear giving way to a different emotion: curiosity. If these woods truly held some unknown creature, something that had occupied my uncle's final years, didn't I owe it to him to understand what he'd discovered? Back inside the cabin, I turned my attention more seriously to his research. The journal entries, the wall of evidence, the detailed maps, all of it pointed to a methodical investigation conducted over decades. This wasn't the work of a madman. It was the documentation of a naturalist who'd encountered something he couldn't explain through conventional science. I spent the afternoon organizing his notes chronologically, creating a timeline of encounters and evidence. As the pattern emerged, so did my understanding of what had happened to Samuel Redpath. He'd come to these woods as a recluse, seeking solitude after some unnamed tragedy in his past. For years, he'd lived quietly, observing nature and keeping to himself. Then came the first encounter: unexplained footprints near his woodpile after a snowfall. He'd been curious but skeptical, looking for known wildlife that might create such prints. Over time, the evidence mounted: strange vocalizations at night, glimpses of something large moving through the trees, more footprints, small structures of broken branches that no known animal would create. The incidents occurred in cycles, sometimes with years between major encounters. My uncle had reached out to others with similar experiences, corresponding with researchers and witnesses across the country. He'd studied Native American folklore about forest beings, finding striking similarities to what he was experiencing. He'd become convinced that the creature known variously as Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or Wahila was real, and that a small group of them inhabited the wilderness around Blackwater Lake. For most of those years, the encounters had been peaceful, even curious in nature. But something had changed in the final months. The tone of the journal entries darkened. The creatures had become more aggressive, more territorial. My uncle described rocks thrown at the cabin, powerful blows against the walls at night, his tools and equipment found broken or missing. The final entries were almost frantic, describing near constant activity around the property. "They want me gone," he'd written repeatedly. "This isn't curiosity anymore. This is expulsion." The last entry simply read, "They're outside again tonight. I can hear them moving around the cabin, closer than ever. I've decided to approach them directly. After all these years, it's time for a true face-to-face encounter. If I'm reading their behavior correctly, that's what they want too." There was nothing after that. According to the death certificate included with the property documents, my uncle had died of a heart attack. His body had been found by a Forest Service ranger who checked on him periodically. The official report noted nothing suspicious, despite the strange circumstances of his final journal entry. As I finished reading, I realized the sun was setting. Another night in this isolated cabin loomed ahead, but now my mind was filled with my uncle's documented encounters and his disturbing final words. I checked all the windows and doors, making sure everything was securely locked. I brought in more firewood from the stack on the porch and built a fire in the stone fireplace, both for warmth and comfort. The crackling flames and golden light made the cabin feel safer somehow. As full darkness fell outside, I heated a simple dinner and tried to distract myself by cataloging items of value in the cabin. Despite my efforts to focus on practical matters, my attention kept returning to the journal and the wall of evidence. What if it was all true? What if something really did live in these woods? Something science hadn't acknowledged, but that generations of people had encountered and described. What if it had driven my uncle from his home in his final days? And if so, how would it react to my presence now? A sudden sharp crack from outside cut through my thoughts. The unmistakable sound of a large branch breaking under significant weight. I froze, listening intently. Another crack, then another. Something was moving through the forest at the edge of the clearing. I turned off all the lights except the fire, plunging the cabin into semi-darkness. Moving to the window, I peered out into the night. The fire cast enough light through the windows to illuminate a small portion of the yard, but beyond that was impenetrable blackness. The sounds continued, methodically circling the clearing just as they had the night before. I thought of my uncle's final journal entries, describing the same nocturnal activity. Then something new happened. 3 distinct knocks, like someone striking a tree trunk with a heavy object. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the clearing. From the opposite side of the property came a response, the same pattern. Knock, knock, knock. They were communicating, and there was more than one. My heart hammered against my ribs as I realized I was surrounded. Whatever these creatures were, they were coordinating their movements, encircling the cabin just as they had in my uncle's final days. I backed away from the window and grabbed my phone. No signal, of course. I was completely cut off from the outside world. For hours, the activity continued. Strange vocalizations joined the wood knocks, low, guttural howls unlike any wildlife I'd ever heard. Branches broke as heavy bodies moved through the forest. Occasionally, something large would dart between trees at the edge of my vision, visible only as a darker shape against the night. I didn't sleep. How could I? I sat in the center of the cabin, back against the wall, flashlight in hand, listening to the sounds of something powerful and unknown circling my shelter. Near dawn, the activity ceased as suddenly as it had begun. The forest fell silent except for the normal sounds of birds awakening. Exhausted and strung out from fear and lack of sleep, I must have dozed off in the early morning hours. I awoke with a start to bright sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment, the events of the night seemed like a bad dream. Then I stepped onto the porch and saw the clearing. All around the perimeter, just at the edge of the forest, branches had been placed on the ground. Not broken or fallen branches, but deliberately arranged ones, all pointing toward the cabin like arrows. Dozens of them, creating a complete circle around my uncle's property. This was no natural phenomenon. This was communication, a message, a warning. I should have left then. Any rational person would have packed up and fled this increasingly threatening situation. But something kept me there, a combination of curiosity, stubbornness, and a growing sense of connection to my uncle's experience. If he had stayed for decades despite these encounters, shouldn't I at least try to understand what he had learned? I spent the morning photographing the branch arrangements and searching the property for other signs. I found more footprints, a disturbed area where something large had bedded down for the night, and, most disturbingly, the remains of a deer carcass partially hidden in the underbrush. Whatever had killed it possessed tremendous strength. The back leg had been torn completely from the body. By midday, I'd made a decision. I would stay one more night, but I would be prepared. Using my uncle's research as a guide, I devised a plan to observe whatever was watching me, rather than hiding from it. The remainder of the day passed in tense preparation. I gathered supplies, positioned battery-powered lamps at strategic points around the cabin, and reviewed every detail of my uncle's encounters. As dusk approached, I felt a strange mix of fear and anticipation. Tonight, I might finally see what had consumed the last years of Samuel Redpath's life. The waiting was excruciating. Hours passed with nothing but normal forest sounds. Had they left? Or were they observing my preparations, adapting their approach? Just as I began to think nothing would happen, the first wood knock came, louder than before, closer to the cabin. I switched off all interior lights and moved to the window, my digital camera ready. The knocking continued, moving around the property just as it had the night before. I caught glimpses of movement between trees, something large, bipedal, but quick to vanish when my gaze fixed on it. Then came a new development. A heavy impact against the back wall of the cabin, powerful enough to shake the entire structure. Something had struck the building with tremendous force. Another impact followed, then another. Not random blows, but a pattern, the same three-knock sequence I'd heard in the woods. Whatever was out there wanted a response. My uncle's journal had described similar behavior in his final days. He'd interpreted it as a demand for communication, or confrontation. The impacts continued, growing more forceful. A window in the bedroom rattled loose from its frame. Soon the cabin would begin to come apart under this assault. I had to make a decision. Standing at the front door, flashlight in one hand and camera in the other, I took a deep breath and stepped outside. The night air was cool on my face as I moved slowly into the yard. The impacts on the cabin immediately ceased. The forest went completely silent. Even the insects stopped their chirping. Everything was waiting. "I'm here," I called out, my voice sounding pitifully small in the vast darkness. "I'm not a threat. I just want to understand." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, from the edge of the trees directly ahead of me, came movement. Something massive stepped partially into the dim light cast from the cabin windows, a dark, hulking figure that stood upright on two legs. It remained half hidden by shadows, but what I could see defied explanation. It was at least 8 feet tall, with a broad chest and powerful arms that hung longer than a human's. Dense hair covered its body, and its face, what I could see of it, featured a prominent brow ridge and deep-set eyes that reflected the light like a nocturnal animal's. I raised the camera with trembling hands and pressed the shutter button. The flash illuminated the clearing for a split second, capturing the figure in harsh white light. With a roar that seemed to shake the very ground, the creature recoiled from the flash, then charged directly toward me. My survival instinct kicked in before conscious thought could form. I sprinted back to the cabin, crossed the threshold, and slammed the door behind me, just as something massive struck it with bone-jarring force. The wooden frame cracked but held, barely. I threw the deadbolt and backed away, watching in horror as the door bulged inward with each new impact. The assault continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than a minute. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Silence fell, broken only by my ragged breathing and the pounding of blood in my ears. I stood frozen in the center of the room, flashlight beam trained on the damaged door, waiting for the next attack. But it didn't come. Instead, I heard heavy footsteps circling the cabin, followed by sounds from the roof. Something large was climbing up there. The ceiling creaked under tremendous weight as whatever it was moved methodically above me. Dust and small debris filtered down from between the wooden beams. I followed the sounds, tracking the creature's movement from room to room. It was testing the structure, searching for weaknesses. When it reached the section above the bedroom, there was a pause, then a series of powerful blows. The entire cabin shuddered. More impacts followed, and I heard the distinct sound of wood splintering. It was breaking through the roof. I grabbed my backpack, shoving in my uncle's journal and as many of his notes as I could gather. The camera with its precious photo went into my pocket. As the crashing from the bedroom grew louder, I made a desperate calculation. The creature was focused on that side of the cabin. If I moved quickly enough, I might reach my car before it realized I'd fled. Another bone-jarring impact decided me. I unlocked the front door, eased it open, and peered out into the darkness. The clearing appeared empty. With one last glance toward the bedroom, where the sounds of destruction continued, I slipped outside and ran for my car. I'd almost reached it when a second figure emerged from the trees directly in my path, another creature, possibly even larger than the first. I skidded to a halt, nearly falling in my panic. For a moment, we stared at each other, mutual shock creating a frozen tableau. Then it moved toward me, arms spreading wide to block any escape. In that moment of pure terror, I made the only choice available. I darted left, abandoning my car and sprinting toward the path that led to the lake. Behind me, a roar of anger echoed through the clearing, followed by the sound of pursuit, heavy footfalls and breaking branches as something massive crashed through the underbrush after me. I ran blindly down the path, the weak beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly across the ground ahead. Tree branches whipped at my face, and twice I nearly fell over exposed roots. The sounds of pursuit grew closer. Whatever was chasing me moved through the forest with far more skill than I possessed. When the trees thinned and I caught a glimpse of moonlight reflecting off the lake ahead, I remembered the cave. It was my only hope, a defensible position with a single entrance. If I could reach it before my pursuer caught me, I might have a chance. I burst from the tree line onto the rocky shore, feet slipping on the wet stones as I sprinted toward the cave entrance a quarter-mile down the shoreline. Behind me, the creature emerged from the forest with another roar that echoed across the water. The sound spurred me to greater speed, fear overriding the burning in my lungs and legs. The cave mouth loomed ahead, a darker shadow against the rock face. I threw myself inside, scrambling over loose stones until I reached the metal box I'd discovered earlier. Crouching behind it, I turned to face the entrance, flashlight trained on the opening, waiting for my pursuer to appear. Seconds stretched into minutes with no sign of the creature. Had I lost it? Had it given up the chase? The hope was short-lived. A large shadow moved across the cave entrance, blocking the dim light from outside. Something massive was pacing back and forth just beyond the opening. It knew I was trapped. For hours, I remained in that terrified standoff, watching the entrance while the creature occasionally growled or tested the opening before retreating again. It seemed unwilling to enter the confined space, but equally determined not to let me escape. As the night wore on, my panic began to give way to exhaustion. I needed to think clearly if I was going to survive until morning. Perhaps the creature would retreat with the daylight, giving me a chance to reach my car and flee this nightmare. To distract myself from fear, I examined my surroundings more carefully. The metal box I was hiding behind was locked, but not secured to anything. With considerable effort, I managed to drag it deeper into the cave, creating a more effective barrier between myself and the entrance. As I repositioned the box, I noticed something on the cave wall behind it, markings carved into the stone. When I directed my flashlight at them, I discovered they weren't random scratches but deliberate pictographs, crude drawings of human-like figures and animals. Among them was a larger figure that matched what I'd seen at the cabin, a tall, powerful being that stood upright but wasn't human. In the drawing, several of these creatures surrounded a group of smaller human figures. A chill ran through me as I realized what I was seeing: prehistoric documentation of the same creatures that were hunting me now. This wasn't some recent phenomenon. These beings had inhabited these woods for centuries, perhaps millennia. My exploration was interrupted by renewed activity at the cave entrance. The creature had been joined by others. I could hear them vocalizing to each other in low, rumbling calls. They were coordinating, just as they had at the cabin. I retreated deeper into the cave, sweeping my flashlight ahead to ensure I wasn't backing myself into a dead end. To my surprise, the cave extended farther than I'd initially thought, narrowing into a tunnel that bent sharply about 50 feet in. Following this passage, I emerged into a second chamber, smaller than the first, but with a surprising feature: a pool of water that glowed faintly with bioluminescent organisms. The eerie blue-green light illuminated the space enough that I could switch off my flashlight to conserve its batteries. The walls of this chamber were covered with more pictographs, even more elaborate than those in the outer cave. They told a story: the arrival of humans in the territory, initial violent conflicts with the forest creatures, and eventually some kind of coexistence. In the final series of images, the two groups appeared to be exchanging objects, gifts, or trade goods. As I studied these ancient communications, a disturbing thought formed. What if my uncle hadn't been driven from his home as I'd assumed? What if he'd been attempting communication, following the pattern established centuries ago? His final journal entry mentioned a face-to-face encounter that he believed they wanted too. Had Samuel Redpath been trying to make contact rather than escape? A sudden silence from the cave entrance broke my contemplation. The vocalizations and movement had stopped. I strained to listen, wondering if the creatures had given up and left, or worse, if they were quietly advancing into the cave. After a tense minute, I switched my flashlight back on and cautiously made my way toward the outer chamber. As I approached the bend in the tunnel, a sound stopped me cold. Something was scraping against stone, moving slowly but steadily in my direction. They had entered the cave. I retreated to the inner chamber, desperately searching for another exit. There was none. The only way out was back through the tunnel and past whatever was coming for me. In the faint glow of the bioluminescent pool, I noticed something I'd missed before: a narrow fissure in the far wall, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Without hesitation, I moved toward it, shining my light into the opening. It appeared to lead upward at a steep angle, possibly to the surface. The sounds from the tunnel grew louder. Whatever was coming had reached the bend and would soon enter the inner chamber. With no other options, I turned sideways and began forcing myself into the narrow crack, using small protrusions in the rock wall as handholds to pull myself upward. The fissure was a tight fit, forcing me to exhale completely to squeeze through the narrowest sections. The rough stone scraped against my back and chest, tearing my clothes and skin. But the alternative was worse, so I continued the painful ascent. Below me, something large entered the inner chamber. I could hear heavy breathing and the scrape of powerful limbs against stone. From my position in the crevice, I could see nothing of the creature, but I felt its presence, a palpable malevolence that filled the space below. I climbed faster, ignoring the pain as sharp edges cut into my hands and knees. The fissure narrowed even further, and for one terrifying moment, I thought I would become wedged in the stone, trapped there until starvation or the creature below claimed me. But with a final desperate push, I broke through to a wider section. The fissure continued upward, eventually opening into what appeared to be another tunnel, this one larger, with smooth walls that suggested it had been carved by water over eons. I crawled into this new passage, grateful for the relative spaciousness after the constricting fissure. The tunnel sloped upward at a gentler angle, winding its way through the earth. I followed it, hoping it would lead to the surface and escape. After what seemed like hours of crawling through the darkness, guided only by my increasingly dim flashlight, I felt a change in the air, a freshness that promised the outside world was near. The tunnel ended abruptly at a vertical shaft. Looking up, I could see stars through an opening about 15 feet above. I had found a way out, but reaching it would require climbing the smooth shaft walls with few handholds. As I considered my options, a distant sound echoed through the tunnel behind me. The creatures had found my escape route and were following. The knowledge lent me desperate strength. Using the few protrusions available and pressing my back against one wall while my feet pushed against the opposite side, I began to inch my way up the shaft. Every muscle screamed in protest as I fought against gravity and exhaustion. Several times I slipped, sliding back down a few precious feet before managing to brace myself again. The sounds below grew closer, grunts and the scrape of powerful limbs against stone. With a final surge of effort, I reached the opening and pulled myself out onto the forest floor. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, before the continued sounds from the shaft spurred me back to my feet. I needed to move, to put distance between myself and the emerging threat. Looking around, I tried to orient myself. The stars above provided some illumination, revealing I was in a part of the forest I hadn't explored before, likely somewhere between the lake and the cabin, but off any established path. Dawn was approaching, the eastern sky showing the first hints of gray. I picked a direction that I hoped would lead back to the cabin and my car, moving as quickly and quietly as possible through the underbrush. The forest was waking up, birds beginning their morning songs, small animals rustling in the leaves, normal sounds that provided some comfort after the night's horrors. But beneath these familiar noises, I detected others, branches breaking in the distance, low vocalizations being exchanged. They were still hunting me, spreading out through the forest in a coordinated search. As the sky lightened, I spotted a familiar landmark, a distinctive lightning-struck tree that I'd photographed the previous day. It stood near the path between the cabin and the lake. With renewed hope, I moved toward it, finding the path just as the sun broke over the distant mountains. I stood at a crossroads. To my right, the path led back to the lake and the cave where this nightmare had intensified. To my left lay the cabin, my car, and the possibility of escape. The choice seemed obvious, but a nagging doubt held me in place. What had my uncle discovered in his final days? Had he found a way to communicate with these creatures, to establish some kind of understanding? His research, his meticulous documentation, all of it pointed to a man seeking knowledge, not just confirmation of a legend. And what about the pictographs in the cave? They suggested a history of conflict followed by coexistence. Was that possible? Or was I grasping at straws, looking for a rational explanation for the irrational terror of the night? The sounds of pursuit grew closer, deciding the matter for me. I turned left toward the cabin and escape. Whatever mysteries existed in these woods, I wasn't equipped to solve them now. Survival came first. I moved as quickly as I dared along the path, stopping frequently to listen for signs of the creatures. They seemed to be everywhere and nowhere, their presence felt rather than seen. A shadow glimpsed between trees, a heavy footfall quickly silenced, a brief vocalization cut short. When the cabin finally came into view through the trees, I almost cried with relief. It stood as I had left it, though the bedroom roof showed significant damage. My car was still parked in the clearing, apparently untouched. But between me and escape stood one of them, a massive figure waiting motionless at the edge of the clearing, watching the cabin. From my position on the path, I could see it clearly for the first time in daylight. It was magnificent and terrifying, nearly 9 feet tall, with a powerful barrel-chested build covered in thick reddish-brown hair. Its face was a disturbing blend of ape and human features, with a prominent brow ridge and deep-set eyes that conveyed unsettling intelligence. The creature hadn't noticed me yet. It remained focused on the cabin, as if expecting me to return there. I had a choice: wait and hope it eventually left, or try to circle around through the forest to reach my car from another angle. Movement from behind made the decision urgent. More of them were approaching along the path. I slipped off the trail and into the dense underbrush, beginning a painstaking circuit around the clearing, always keeping trees between myself and the watching creature. The process was agonizingly slow. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf might give away my position. Twice I froze as the creature's head turned in my direction, its nostrils flaring as it tested the air, but the morning breeze was in my favor, carrying my scent away from it. After what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes, I reached the opposite side of the clearing. My car was now only about 50 yards away, with no obvious watchers between us. This was my chance. I burst from the tree line, sprinting across the open ground toward the vehicle. Behind me, a chorus of roars erupted as the creatures spotted me. The ground shook with their pursuit, spurring me to greater speed. Reaching the car, I fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before managing to unlock the door and throw myself inside. Through the rear window, I could see them emerging from the forest, 3 massive figures charging across the clearing with frightening speed. The engine started on the first try, a small miracle that brought tears of relief to my eyes. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. As I backed away, the lead creature reached the vehicle, pounding on the hood with enough force to dent the metal. I shifted into drive and hit the gas, swerving around the being and heading for the narrow track that led back to the main road. In the rear-view mirror, I saw them standing in the clearing, watching my escape, but making no move to follow. They knew the car would outpace them. The rough track tested my already damaged vehicle, branches scraping against the sides and rocks thumping against the undercarriage. But I pressed on, desperate to put distance between myself and the nightmare behind me. When I finally reached the main dirt road, I allowed myself to breathe. I was safe, at least for now. The creatures, whatever they were, seemed territorial rather than vindictively pursuing. Once I was out of their domain, they had let me go. As the adrenaline began to ebb, questions flooded my mind. What were these beings? How had they remained undiscovered by science? What had my uncle learned in his years of observation? And most disturbingly, what had happened during his final attempt at communication? I reached into my pocket for the camera, eager to see if I'd captured evidence of what I'd encountered. To my dismay, the screen was cracked, the device damaged beyond function, likely during my desperate escape through the cave system. But I still had my uncle's journal and notes in my backpack. They represented years of careful observation and research, a scientific approach to something beyond current scientific understanding. They deserved to be preserved, studied. As I drove away from Blackwater Lake, I made a decision. I wouldn't sell the property, at least not yet, and I wouldn't report what I'd seen. Who would believe me without evidence? Instead, I would continue my uncle's work, approaching it with the same methodical care he had shown. But next time, I would be prepared. Next time, I would bring equipment, supplies, perhaps even companions. Next time, I would seek not just an encounter but understanding, because something ancient and intelligent lived in those woods, something that had interacted with humans for centuries, something that had both threatened and, in its way, communicated with me. The Wahila, my uncle had called it, an old name for something that had never left these ancient forests. As I merged onto the highway heading back toward civilization, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The wilderness receded behind me, holding its secrets for now. But I would return. After all, it was my inheritance. 6 months passed before I found the courage to return to Blackwater Lake. 6 months of restless nights filled with dreams of giant footprints and glowing cave pools, of ancient pictographs and creatures moving through moonlit trees. 6 months of researching everything I could find on cryptid encounters, Native American legends, and unexplained phenomena in the region. I hadn't told anyone about what happened that weekend. Who would believe me? Instead, I'd focused on preparing for an eventual return, gathering equipment, studying wilderness survival techniques, and reviewing my uncle's journals until I could recite entire passages from memory. The property taxes continued to be paid from the estate, so there was no urgency to make decisions about the cabin. But as winter gave way to spring and then early summer, I felt an increasing pull back to that place. Unfinished business waited there, questions that needed answers. This time would be different. I wouldn't be caught unprepared and ignorant. I'd studied the patterns in my uncle's notes, identifying the behaviors that seemed to trigger aggressive responses versus those that enabled peaceful observation. I'd researched theories about communication attempts, focusing on the wood-knocking and vocalization patterns described in countless reports. And I wasn't going alone. After careful consideration, I'd confided in one person, Maya Clearwater, a graduate student in anthropology whose dissertation focused on documenting Native American oral traditions about forest beings. We'd met at a cryptozoology conference where I'd gone seeking information, not believers. Her academic approach had impressed me, skeptical but open-minded, grounded in cultural context rather than sensationalism. When I'd cautiously shared a heavily edited version of my experience, framing it as a strange encounter rather than definitively Bigfoot, she'd listened without judgment. More importantly, she'd shared her own research, including accounts from tribal elders that matched details I hadn't disclosed. Whatever you encountered, she'd said, similar descriptions appear in oral histories going back generations. These stories aren't just campfire tales, they're cultural memory, preserved through centuries. So, on a clear June morning, we loaded my reinforced SUV, I'd traded in the sedan with its dented hood, with camping equipment, recording devices, cameras with night vision capabilities, and enough supplies for a week-long stay. Maya brought additional equipment, motion-activated trail cameras, audio recorders with parabolic microphones, and thermal imaging equipment borrowed from her university's anthropology department. The drive felt both familiar and surreal. As we turned onto the increasingly narrow roads leading to the property, I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter, memories of my panicked escape flooding back. "You okay?" Maya asked, noticing my tension. "Just processing," I replied. "It's different, coming back deliberately." She nodded, her dark eyes studying my face. "We can turn around. No judgment." "No," I said firmly. "I need to understand what's happening here." What my uncle was trying to understand. When we reached the turnoff for Old Forest Road, I paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. The rutted path seemed even rougher than before, spring rains having carved new channels through the dirt. The clearing appeared much as I'd left it, the cabin standing silent among the pines, though now surrounded by spring growth. Wildflowers dotted the open space, and birds flitted between branches. It looked peaceful, bucolic even. Nothing suggested the horror that had unfolded here half a year ago. Maya let out a low whistle as she stepped from the vehicle. Beautiful spot, isolated though. "That's why my uncle chose it," I said, popping the trunk to begin unloading our gear. He valued his privacy. We approached the cabin cautiously. The damage to the roof had worsened with exposure to winter weather, leaving the bedroom partially open to the elements. The front door hung slightly askew from our encounter, but the padlock remained intact. Inside, evidence of my hasty departure remained. Scattered papers, the chair knocked over, my forgotten dinner plate growing mold on the table. But something else caught my attention immediately. New markings on the walls, carved directly into the wood with something sharp. They resembled the pictographs from the cave, crude representations of human figures, trees, and larger beings that could only be the creatures I'd encountered. In one sequence, A small figure appeared to be offering something to a larger one. "Maya," I called, "you should see this." She joined me, eyes widening as she took in the wall of carvings. "These are new?" she asked, running a finger along one of the grooves. "They weren't here when I left," I confirmed. "They've been inside the cabin." Instead of the fear I expected, I felt a strange excitement. This wasn't random destruction. This was communication. They were responding to my uncle's research, perhaps to my own brief presence. Maya pulled out her camera, documenting the carvings from multiple angles. "These are consistent with pictograph styles found throughout the Pacific Northwest," she explained, "but with unique elements. The figure proportions, the use of concentric circles for eyes, these are specific signifiers I haven't seen in documented indigenous art. Your uncle's research suggests they respond to wood knocking and specific call patterns," Maya noted, reviewing the journal by lamplight. "But direct approaches triggered aggression. We need to position ourselves as respectful observers, not intruders." I nodded, remembering the territorial display that had nearly cost me my life. The pictographs in the cave showed eventual coexistence. There must be a way to establish boundaries they'll respect. Night fell fully, wrapping the cabin in darkness broken only by our single lamp. The forest outside came alive with sounds: owls calling, small animals moving through underbrush, the wind whispering through pine needles. We listened intently for anything unusual, but the first hours brought nothing exceptional. "We should take shifts," Maya suggested. 4 hours on, 4 hours off. No point both of us being exhausted tomorrow. I agreed, taking the first watch while she settled into her sleeping bag. Sitting by the window, notebook in hand, I stared into the darkness beyond the glass, straining for any sign of our elusive neighbors. 3 hours passed without incident. I was just beginning to think this night would be uneventful when a familiar sound broke the natural forest rhythm, 3 distinct knocks, evenly spaced, coming from the eastern edge of the clearing. My heart rate immediately spiked, but I forced myself to remain calm, making a careful note of the time and direction. I reached for the digital audio recorder, activating it to capture any further sounds. The knocks came again, from the same location. Then, after a pause, they were answered from the opposite side of the clearing, another set of 3 knocks, identical in spacing and intensity. They were here, communicating with each other across our position, just as they had during my first visit. I gently woke Maya, whispering a quick explanation. She joined me at the window, eyes wide with excitement rather than fear. "Should we respond?" she asked softly. I hesitated, remembering the aggression that had followed my last interaction. "Not yet," I decided. "Let's observe the pattern first, establish their normal behavior before we introduce new variables." Throughout the night, the knocking continued at irregular intervals, sometimes accompanied by vocalizations, low, rumbling calls that carried easily through the forest. The creatures remained just beyond the range of our visibility, never entering the clearing but making their presence unmistakably known. By dawn, we had documented 17 distinct knocking exchanges and 12 vocalization sequences, all without catching a glimpse of the creatures themselves. "They're curious," Maya observed as we reviewed our recordings over breakfast. "Testing our reactions, maybe, but they're keeping their distance. For now," I added. "Last time, they waited a day before becoming more aggressive." We spent the morning checking our surveillance equipment, downloading the night's data, and planning the day's observations. None of the trail cameras had captured images of the creatures, suggesting they were aware of and avoiding these devices. Maya suggested we explore the surrounding area, mapping key features and potential movement corridors. "If they're territorial, understanding the boundaries matters," she explained. "Your uncle's maps show activity patterns, but they might have shifted since his time." The idea of venturing into the forest made me nervous, but she was right. We needed to understand the broader context. After checking our handheld radios and packing day packs with essentials, we set out on the path toward the lake. I led the way, pointing out landmarks I remembered from my previous visit, the lightning-struck tree, the dense thicket where I'd hidden, and eventually, the shore of Blackwater Lake itself. The water was crystal clear in the summer light, reflecting the surrounding pines like a mirror. "The cave is this way," I said, gesturing along the shoreline. "That's where I found the pictographs." Maya followed eagerly, her anthropologist's curiosity overriding any apprehension. When we reached the cave entrance, however, we found something unexpected, a pile of stones arranged in a clear pattern across the opening, not blocking it entirely but creating a deliberate marker. "They've modified the entrance," Maya whispered, examining the arrangement without touching it. "This is artificial, intentional." "A warning," I suggested, "or a boundary marker." She photographed the stone pattern from multiple angles. Many indigenous cultures use cairns to designate territorial edges or sacred spaces. We debated briefly before deciding to respect the potential boundary. Instead of entering the cave, we continued our exploration along the shoreline, documenting other features: game trails leading to water, areas with abundant berry bushes now in bloom, and a small stream feeding into the lake. By mid-afternoon, we had circled nearly half the lake's perimeter, making detailed notes and GPS recordings. Throughout our hike, I'd had the persistent sensation of being watched, though we'd seen no direct evidence of the creatures. Occasionally, birds would fall suddenly silent or small animals would freeze, suggesting something larger was moving nearby. As we turned to head back to the cabin, Maya paused, kneeling to examine something on the ground. "Track," she said quietly, pointing to an impression in the soft earth near the water's edge. It was a footprint, large, humanoid, but far bigger than any human foot. 5 distinct toe impressions were visible, and the depth suggested considerable weight. "Fresh," I noted, seeing how crisp the edges remained. "Within the last hour, probably." We documented the print thoroughly before continuing, now moving with heightened awareness. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that played tricks on the eye. Several times I thought I glimpsed movement just at the edge of my vision, but when I turned, nothing was there. When we finally reached the cabin clearing, an unexpected sight greeted us. A large branch had been placed on the porch, deliberately positioned across the steps. On it were arranged several items: 3 smooth river stones, a cluster of red berries, and what appeared to be a crudely shaped clay figure. "An offering," Maya breathed, approaching slowly. "This is extraordinary." We photographed the arrangement without disturbing it, then carefully examined each item. The clay figure was the most intriguing, a rough humanoid shape with exaggerated limbs similar to the images carved inside the cabin. "They're initiating contact," I said, a mixture of excitement and apprehension filling me. "But what do they want in return?" Maya considered the question. "In traditional exchange practices, reciprocity is essential. We should respond with an offering of our own, but nothing threatening or technological." We discussed options before settling on a simple arrangement: food items, dried fruit and nuts, placed on a wooden board, along with a small carved wooden figure I'd found among my uncle's possessions. We positioned our return offering beside theirs on the porch steps, then retreated inside to observe through the window. As dusk approached, the familiar wood knocks began again, this time closer to the cabin than the previous night. Activity seemed concentrated near the porch, though we still couldn't directly observe the creatures. "They're aware of the cameras," Maya noted, avoiding them deliberately. "Should we remove them?" I asked. "If they're preventing interaction." She shook her head. "Not yet. Let's see if they become accustomed to them, or if they continue to circumvent them." That night followed a similar pattern to the first: knocking and vocalization exchanges, the sense of being surrounded and watched, but no direct approach. When we checked the porch at first light, our offering had been taken, replaced with a new arrangement. More berries, a small carved wooden object that resembled a bird, and a clump of coarse, reddish-brown hair. "DNA," Maya whispered, reverently placing the hair sample in a collection envelope. "This is intentional sharing of identifying material." The implications were staggering, not just intelligence, but an understanding of the information we sought. Somewhere in the decades of my uncle's documentation and attempted communication, they had learned what humans wanted from these encounters. Over the next 3 days, a pattern emerged. Each morning we would find new offerings, each slightly different but following a similar theme. Natural objects, carved items, and occasionally biological samples like hair, or once a shed claw or nail. We would respond with our own carefully selected items, focusing on food, simple tools, or symbolic objects. The nightly activity gradually moved closer to the cabin, though still avoiding direct visual contact. The wood knocks and vocalizations became more elaborate, with distinct patterns emerging that seemed to correlate with specific times or activities. On the fourth night, Maya suggested we attempt direct communication. "They're establishing a dialogue," she argued. "We should acknowledge it." I hesitated, remembering the violent response to my previous attempt. "What exactly are you proposing?" "A simple wood knock response," she said, 3 knocks matching their pattern. Nothing more threatening than that. After careful consideration, I agreed. When the evening knocking began, we waited for a natural pause. Then Maya struck a wooden stick against the porch railing, 3 measured knocks, identical in rhythm to theirs. The forest fell immediately silent. Even the natural sounds ceased, creating an unnerving vacuum of noise. For several minutes, nothing moved or made a sound. Then came a response, 3 knocks from directly ahead, followed by a new pattern, 2 quick knocks, a pause, then 3 more. Maya repeated the sequence precisely. Again, silence fell. Then the same response came, followed by a deep, modulated vocalization that sounded almost like speech, rising and falling tones that conveyed clear intentionality, if not understandable words. "They're testing our ability to mimic," Maya whispered excitedly. "It's a linguistic assessment." For over an hour, we engaged in this exchange, patterns growing increasingly complex. We recorded everything, both audio and written documentation. By the time the interaction ended, we had established a rudimentary communication protocol, specific sequences that received consistent responses. "This is unprecedented," Maya said as we reviewed our notes afterward. "Direct, intentional communication attempts with non-human intelligence." My uncle must have reached this stage, I realized, thinking of his final journal entries. He understood they wanted to communicate. The following day brought a significant development. While checking the trail cameras, we discovered one had been deliberately repositioned, turned to face the trees rather than the clearing. Nothing had been damaged. It had simply been moved with obvious purpose. "They're controlling what we can see," I observed. "Setting boundaries." Maya nodded. "Establishing consent for observation. That's remarkably sophisticated." That evening, we decided to push the interaction further. As darkness fell, we set up a small projector against the outside wall of the cabin, displaying images of the pictographs we'd documented from the cave and the cabin walls. If they were using visual communication, perhaps we could expand on it. The response was immediate. Wood knocks came from multiple directions simultaneously, followed by vocalizations that sounded almost excited. Movement at the forest edge became more apparent, dark shapes shifting between trees, briefly visible before disappearing again. Then came a bold development. A large, shadowy figure emerged partway from the tree line, standing just at the threshold of visibility. It remained partially obscured by branches, but was clearly bipedal and massive, at least 8 feet tall. We froze, hardly daring to breathe as we observed through the window. The figure remained motionless for nearly 5 minutes, watching the projected images. Then it retreated back into the darkness, disappearing as silently as it had appeared. "Contact," Maya whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. "Deliberate, controlled contact." The night that followed brought increased activity around the cabin. More movement, more vocalizations, more wood knocks, but nothing threatening, nothing aggressive. They were engaged, curious, investigating our offerings and communications. By morning, we found the most elaborate offering yet, a complex arrangement of objects forming a clear pictograph directly on the ground before the porch. Stones, branches, berries, and clay had been formed into a scene depicting the cabin, human figures, and their own larger forms in some kind of gathering arrangement. "They're proposing a meeting," Maya interpreted, studying the layout. "Look, the positioning suggests a specific location." She pointed to an arrangement that appeared to represent the lakeshore with a distinctive rock formation we had documented in our exploration. "Are we ready for that?" I asked, both thrilled and terrified by the possibility. "Direct interaction?" "We've been interacting for days," she pointed out. This would just remove the final barrier. We debated throughout the morning, reviewing all our data and the patterns of behavior we'd observed. There had been no aggression, no territorial displays like those I'd experienced during my first visit. Either their intentions had changed or our approach had fundamentally altered the dynamics. "My uncle's final journal entry," I reminded her. "He was going to approach them directly, and then he died." "Of a heart attack," she countered. "Not violence, according to the report." The decision weighed heavily on us both. By midday, we'd reached a compromise. We would go to the proposed meeting place but maintain a clear exit route. We would bring no weapons or threatening objects, only recording equipment and token offerings. The location was a small promontory jutting into the lake, about a quarter-mile from the cabin. It offered a clear view in all directions, but was partially enclosed by trees on the land side, a perfect balance of exposure and protection for both parties. We arrived early, setting up our equipment and arranging our offerings. A selection of foods, simple tools, and symbolic items that had received positive responses in our previous exchanges. Then we waited as the afternoon sun began its descent toward the western mountains. The forest around us gradually quieted, birds and small animals falling silent as they had so many times before. The air felt charged, expectant. Something was watching us, evaluating our positioning and intentions. "There," Maya whispered, pointing to movement among the trees to our right. A figure emerged slowly from the forest, massive, upright, covered in reddish-brown hair. It stood at least 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and long arms. Its face was a fascinating blend of ape and human features, with a prominent brow ridge and deep-set eyes that conveyed unmistakable intelligence. It stopped at the edge of the trees, watching us intently. Then, deliberately, it placed something on the ground, a small object I couldn't identify from this distance, and stepped back, waiting. "It wants us to approach," Maya murmured. "To collect the offering." My heart pounded against my ribs as I considered the implications. This was the moment of truth. Either we trusted this communication process we'd established, or we retreated to the safety of distance and speculation. "I'll go," I decided, rising slowly to my feet. "Be careful," Maya cautioned, readying her camera. I moved forward with measured steps, hands visible and empty, eyes fixed on the creature watching my approach. It remained completely still except for its eyes, which tracked my movement with unnerving focus. When I reached the object it had placed on the ground, I saw it was another carved figure, this one more intricate than previous offerings, depicting a human and one of their kind standing together. I carefully picked it up, examining the craftsmanship before placing my own offering, a small leather pouch of dried fruits, in the same spot. The creature made a soft vocalization, a rumbling sound that somehow conveyed approval. It gestured toward the pouch, then back at me, seeking permission to approach. I nodded, stepping back to create space. With surprising grace for its size, the being moved forward, collected the pouch, and examined its contents. After sampling a piece of the dried fruit, it made another vocalization, higher-pitched, almost melodic. From the forest behind it emerged 2 more figures, slightly smaller but equally impressive. They moved with caution, stopping several yards away, observing intently. For nearly an hour, we engaged in this careful dance of movement and exchange. No words were spoken, but communication happened nonetheless, through gestures, vocalizations, and the sharing of objects. Maya documented everything, her camera clicking softly as she captured this historic interaction. The primary creature, whom we later referred to as the messenger, eventually stepped closer, close enough that I could see the variations in its hair coloring and the remarkable expressiveness of its face. It extended one massive hand, palm up, in what seemed to be an invitation. After a moment's hesitation, I placed my palm against its, my hand looking child-sized in comparison. The skin was rough and calloused but warm. Our eyes met, and in that moment something profound passed between us. A recognition of mutual sentience, of intelligence acknowledging intelligence across the species barrier. As the sun began to set, the creatures retreated back into the forest, moving with an almost ritualistic formality. The messenger was the last to leave, pausing at the tree line to place one final object on the ground, before disappearing into the gathering darkness. When we collected it later, we discovered it was a small leather-bound book. My uncle's missing field journal, preserved and returned after all these months. The final pages contained entries I hadn't seen before, documenting his own successful contact experience just days before his death. They didn't kill him, I realized, reading his joyful account of finally achieving peaceful interaction after decades of study. He died naturally after accomplishing his life's work. In the days that followed, we continued our careful documentation and exchanges, each interaction building upon the previous one. The creatures, whom Maya identified as most closely resembling the beings described in Salish folklore as Siatko or Stick Indians, maintained their boundaries while gradually allowing closer observation. Through a combination of pictographs, gestures, and exchanged objects, we began building a rudimentary symbolic language. They demonstrated remarkable cognitive abilities, including abstract thinking, tool use, and complex social structures. By the end of our 2-week stay, we had accumulated enough evidence to fill multiple research volumes, audio recordings, photographs, mostly partial or obscured, respecting their apparent preferences, hair and tissue samples freely given, and detailed documentation of behavioral patterns and communication attempts. Maya was ecstatic about the academic implications, though we agreed that any publication would need to be handled with extreme care. The beings deserved protection from the circus that would inevitably follow public disclosure. As for me, I had found an unexpected peace in this place that had once terrified me. My uncle's legacy wasn't just a cabin in the woods or his meticulous research. It was the relationship he had gradually built with these remarkable beings, a relationship they had chosen to extend to me as his successor. On our final day, we left the cabin secured, but prepared for my return. I would come back regularly, continuing the work Samuel Redpath had begun. This wild place between worlds would remain my inheritance, a sacred trust between species. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. At the edge of the forest stood the messenger, watching our departure. It raised one massive hand in what could only be described as a farewell. I raised my hand in return, knowing with certainty that this was not an ending but a beginning. Whatever these beings were, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Wahila, or something science had yet to classify, they were indisputably real, indisputably intelligent, and now indisputably connected to my life's path. The ancient wilderness of Blackwater Lake had claimed me, just as it had claimed my uncle before me. Some inheritances transcend property deeds and legal ownership. Some inheritances transform the very fabric of understanding and possibility. And so I drive back toward civilization, carrying secrets and samples and recordings, evidence of something miraculous hiding in the shadows of the known world. But more importantly, I carry a promise to return, to continue the dialogue between two intelligent species sharing one remarkable planet. The cabin waits in its clearing, standing between worlds, and I too now stand between worlds, between the comfortable certainties of modern life and the profound mysteries of the ancient forest. My uncle understood this. In his final journal entry, returned to me by being science claims don't exist, he wrote what I now know to be true. We are never alone in these woods. We never were. The greatest discovery isn't finding something new, it's recognizing what has always been there, watching and waiting for us to finally see.